Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning, Greg.
And first off, I want to apologize to everybody. I know that have been waiting online for us to get up and running. Had a few delays this morning, and hopefully we'll have our racers heading out on track, our first group of racers heading out on track in just a few moments. But Brian, while we're at it, why don't we do this? Why don't we show everybody what we have coming up today and actually all weekend long for you. Here, starting off today, Saturday at beautiful Summit Point, and the weather is just absolutely gorgeous right now, Brian. A little bit, probably around 70, about 75 degrees outside. And nary a cloud in the sky, and very low humidity as well. What we have coming up today, you'll see from looking at our schedule, we've just completed our qualifying sessions for all 8 race groups, and now we go racing here at Summit Point Raceway. We're going to have 15-lap heat races for each of our 8 groups, our 7 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series groups, and our single Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series group as well. We've received word from the stewards that we are going to have 2 races before lunch. We'll have the remaining 6 races today after lunch. So real short period of the broadcast here this morning, and then we'll get underway. And you can see there from looking at our turn, well, actually, we don't have our turn 1 cameras up here. Let me bring those up for you. You can see a lot of dust and a lot of people there, a little bit of oil cleanup going on over at turn 1, which as soon as that is taken care of, we're going to have our first group, our open wheel drivers and our prototype drivers. As we mentioned, this weekend presented by great partner and sponsor of the region, RP Performance, and in helping to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, RP Performance is going, I think, above and beyond this weekend. They've given a free entry to the 75th person who registered.
Very nice.
For this event. That's a $450 value right off the top. They also were giving out prizes at registration to the first 75 people that came in through registration last night and this morning. Obviously not the volunteers. Nobody paid. Well, actually, we did get prizes, Brian.
We do. We get prizes just because we're here.
That's right. Our prize is getting to work with the great people from RP Performance.
That's it.
So they have definitely gone above and beyond, and I think probably just as important. You know, we always say that the Sports Car Club of America is a volunteer and member-driven organization, and we cannot put on these race events without our volunteer corps. RP Performance is providing lunch to all of our volunteers today. So again, we want to thank RP Performance for all that they are doing.
Prime rib? Brett's putting up prime rib today?
Well, I don't know about the rest of it. That's what they're getting us. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
What we're having.
They treat us extra special, Brian.
Well, that's because we are.
Yeah, and of course we want to thank our other great sponsors as well, such as brand new sponsor to the region, the Autoverse, as well as very long-time sponsors, OG Racing, based in Sterling, Virginia, and Radial Tire Company in Silver Spring, Maryland. They have those folks have been with us, both Radial and OG, for I believe over 20 years, and have been great partners to the region. And we could not put on these events with the events themselves. We couldn't host these streams without them. So thank you, RP, thank you, OG, thank you, Radial, and thank you, the Autoverse. And so, Brian, getting word from Race Control that they're just about to give the 5-minute warning to our first race group of the day, which is our open wheel and prototype racers. But and it should be, I think, given that we've had a lot of rubber laid down, haven't had a lot of rain here in the area for a number of days. It should
Number of weeks, actually.
Yeah.
We haven't had any decent sized rain, for a number of weeks here, and it shows. I mean, some of these gravel traps have now, they've, where
looking a
it's
little
deep
dusty.
enough, it's completely dusty, and so what ends up happening is that gets all hard, and it's not really a gravel trap anymore. It's just a dirt thing that goes straight off, off to the edge. But you talked about this morning. It was beautiful here. I mean.
Yeah.
A little bit of wind, qualifying times that that I noticed and was looking and then looking at some of the drivers' lines that they were running, just look, pushing these cars to the limits, and that's why we're seeing some of these potential oil downs. They're just pushing the car ever so slightly more and more and more. With the cooler temperatures we had this morning, you're going to get the most out of your car. When we talk about in our first group, we actually had, somebody lay down some oil first thing this morning too. So that took a little bit of time. So that put us a little bit behind, but I think we're going to catch up. I think we're going to see some great side-by-side racing, for every single group that we have, even within the bracket. And then we get to, obviously Spec Miata, which is Group 3, which will come back after lunch. That that qualifying session went right down to really the last lap between three drivers, and we'll talk about that when they come in after lunch. But I just think that this weekend, we started off the week with, obviously the Canadian wildfires, and it got pretty, pretty testy over here, late Wednesday into Thursday. Again, I don't live that far from here, and so there was some, little bit of questions asked about it. But, look, Thursday afternoon, the winds came in, changed, shifted, whatever you want to call it at that point, and it just blew everything out of here, and it's been fantastic. We had a little bit of rain yesterday here. I don't even know if you want to call it rain. It was just a little spit. You weren't here, so it obviously it's no longer you.
No, it's not my responsibility.
So, no, it's completely done with it. But we did have, a couple minutes of rain, so, it's going to be interesting. I'm really excited for this weekend. We're not only going to have today, but tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going 20 laps, within our group. So this is going to be a fantastic weekend. I'm really, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and so I mean, we've already seen. For example, I was talking to Morgan Burkhardt and his parents in testing yesterday. He was underneath the track record in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. That was, and I think that SRF3 record had just been reset recently. Let me see here. It was actually it was set October of 22 last fall, when it was very cool and very cold. So we'll see how. It's maybe a little bit warmer today, and I think also tomorrow is supposed to be a little bit warmer than it was during the test day yesterday. So we'll see if some track records fall. But again, the track itself now I think is in good shape. We don't have so much heat beating down on the pavement that it's getting slick or greasy, and it should make for a very good weekend. And we'll keep track of certainly we'll try and keep track of those track records as well as the races go on. But looks like we've got a good portion of our group for our first race group, and I will warn everybody here that we did have as good a day as it was in practice yesterday, and with qualifying we did have a couple of retirements, so I think the field is going to be a little smaller than we originally expected, but it should make for some good racing here. Just to lead everybody off, I think we're going to have at least one new racer racing in Formula Enterprises 2 this weekend, reigning co-rookie of the year.
Well, no, it would be a trio, because a trio is three of them, and we had three of them last year. And
right.
So Deacon Greenfield's making the transition over. He's going to run, FE2 again. So that's going to be a pretty decent battle. I'm kind of excited to see that between him and Jameson. I think that's going to be, again, another part of the trio.
Right. Two of the three co-rookies of the year. Jameson Huffman, the last time we saw him he race in an FE2 here at Summit Point Raceway, he set the track record. Took the track record from his father. So we'll see how Deacon Greenfield, who we'll see second time today, likely in his Super Touring Light Honda CRX, he's getting his first taste of a Formula Enterprises car after, like Jameson, like the other co-rookie of the year, Morgan Burkhardt, have a lot of experience in go-karts. So we'll see see how he takes this, as we're getting word now, Brian, that just about 1 minute before our first group of the morning takes to this track for their pace lap. And oh, look, a new pace car that I haven't seen before. And
Is that a Ford?
I can't tell if it's a Ford. I think it may be a Hyundai, but I can tell you right beside it, splitting our first group, is Tom McLeod up at the top of the grid there. And
Must not be warm enough for Tom to wear his kilt yet.
No,
so we have to wait.
exactly.
That'll probably be July. So
That's right.
I know he can hear me. So in July, I'm expecting to see that kilt out there. So he's not going to turn around and look, but I know he can hear me. So, but yeah, I mean, look, I think that, again, the two young, I'm not going to say young guns. I'm just going to say the two youngsters. Right. I think between both of them, they don't even equal my age. So, looking forward to watching them. Hey, and look, let's talk about Jacob King. Right?
I was just
Jacob King in that Club Ford.
Another youngster.
Yeah.
But you and
all
I just.
Three of them don't probably even add up to my age.
Exactly. And we just saw Jake. Jake is, I think, going to be our sole driver in a Club Ford, which are the much older Formula Ford chassis. We saw Jake just absolutely dominate not just Club Ford, but the entire open wheel and prototype group at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Lightning Circuit 2 weeks ago. So we'll see how he does. He is driving, I think, one of Joe Marcinski's Club Ford machines, and there it is, the orange number 04. Well, let's do this. Let's quickly run down the starting order, as it looks like, Brian. It's not going to take us very long. Because at this point, I think we only have 4 drivers who have taken to the track for this 15-minute heat race.
Unless there's somebody else coming out, Greg. I only saw 3.
Unless
you count the pace car. Now, the pace car may stay out there and continue
right.
to keep running, but I don't think that's
you're right. So I said that we had a couple of retirements over the course of the test day and qualifying this morning. Let's start off. Starting third. Actually, I think we've already gone through the starting order here already, Brian. Starting third, driving the orange number 04 Club Ford from Franklinville, New Jersey, driving a Royale representing the South Jersey region of the SCCA. It's Jake King. And then your front row, where they're already, didn't take long, as they're coming out of.
Better hurry up.
Yeah, better hurry up. They're in turn 3 already. Starting on the outside of the front row with the qualifying time, and this is maybe a little bit closer than I had imagined. Brian, Deacon Greenfield, driver of the blue number 10 machine. He's out of Bristow, Virginia, driving a Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He had a qualifying time of 1:17.679, and the pole sitter, his iRacing teammate and teammate in real life, Jamison Huffman, who, again, is your current track record holder, driving the number 89 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He's out of Herndon, and he is qualified with a time of 1:17.426. Now, that is quite a bit off of the track record that he set at the first MARRS weekend here, where he turned in a 1:10.77. Yeah. So, he put in what was necessary to get the pole.
And that was done on that Sunday morning or that Sunday afternoon. I think it was more Sunday kind of midday, but we had a very cloudy day. It was, we had rain on Saturday,
right.
And so the cooler temperatures came in as they're coming up underneath the bridge right now, so they'll be getting the green flag here momentarily. But, it was a little bit hotter out this morning when they went out, so you're going to lose that. But again, Deacon's car and Jamison's car both prepared, obviously, by Justin and that whole team with Keith, Deacon driving Keith's car this weekend.
Keith McDonald, yes.
Yep, Keith McDonald, yep. So we'll see. We're looking for the green, and another family member is going to give them the
There you
the
go,
green
and
flag.
John Burkhardt is your starter. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, and we are underway. Jamison Huffman jumping out to an early lead there. Then Deacon Greenfield sliding in directly behind and a little bit further back in a car that, frankly, is a little outpowered compared to with that 1.6 liter, I think, Kent motor versus the 2+ liter Mazda MZR motors. Jake King slotting into third in that orange 04 machine. And we'll see how this plays out. So, as we mentioned, a couple drivers did not make the grid today. One, Keith Van Horn driving his Prototype 2 AMAC, unfortunately, during qualifying, looked like that motor let go this morning on the second lap of qualifying. We'll see if he can make it out at any point this weekend. And then John Dole, who was out in qualifying this morning in his Citation Formula Continental. He's out of Huntington to New York. The driver of the number 84 machine also did not make the grid. So, Brian, here, let's do this because these are short-ish. I was going to say they're 15 laps or 30 minutes, whichever comes first. I suspect this is going to go.
This should go 15 laps.
Yeah, it probably will go 15 laps. So about a minute and a half. We'll just make a first call to the grid for our next group. By the way, both Huffman and Greenfield on their very first lap already underneath their qualifying times.
Yeah.
But let's go. We'll make that first call. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for our bracket racers, Split Bracket Road Racing Series. If you want to start coming up to the grid's now clear. Race Group 2, please start heading to the grid.
You know, right when they first got started, both Deacon and Jameson, when they went down into turn 1 right after the green flag, they were kind of nose to tail. And then as they came through turn 5 and then going through the carousel to come up through turn 8 and 9, that's where Jameson started to separate out a little bit. So it could be that, again, Deacon, first time in that car this weekend, obviously practiced with it all day yesterday, got better and better and better. Today, look, 15 laps, going to take it easy, get the lay of it, and then, you could see a better race tomorrow, I think. But Jameson is really starting to open up. We'll see what Jameson's time is here. I know when this kid gets into a race car, all he's looking to do is to go faster and faster and faster every single lap. And, Greg, this could be a really good time right here. That's 1:13.4, so we're 4 seconds under qualifying already this morning. So that car getting better. And I didn't notice when he went out whether or not they have stickers on there or not. I don't believe they do.
Yeah, and it was interesting, Brian, because when they were out for the regional here, for the May MARRS, or I guess it was April MARRS, here at Summit Point. It was Jameson and his father, Justin, the previous track record holder. And they had sent Jameson out on stickers, and Jameson had the goal that weekend of breaking his father's track record that had just been set at the majors,
yep.
I think like 3 weeks earlier.
Yep.
Now they were doing that knowing that Jameson and Justin were going to be running the majors at pit race the following weekend.
Yeah.
And so, they Jameson, put a little bit on the line there. And again, got under the track record. Once he did it, he kind of backed out a little bit for the last couple of laps of the race. But we'll see here if he's going to try and reset that. And I think in the case of Deacon Greenfield, his goal is here, to just continue to pick up speed. He had, I think, 3 sessions behind the wheel during the test day in the car, and it was his first time in the car.
Yeah, listen, I mean, both of them have gone faster every single lap they've run. I'll tell you what. Let's drop back. Let's talk about a little bit about Jacob King.
Jake.
So Jacob's never run here before. I was talking to his dad, JD. Good. As you said, dominated it at New Jersey, right? Comes down here in Joe Marcinski's car, trying to get some more seat time, and look, going faster every single lap. I don't know if he practiced yesterday. I was, consumed with a lot of other stuff all day yesterday. But running that 1:27.55 again, that's even that's 3 seconds faster than what he did in qualifying this morning. So again,
already, yeah,
we're seeing this track obviously has a lot of grip early on here, at 11:30. So we're getting into the afternoon part, but this track's really got some grip this week.
It does. And, and again, these drivers, Greenfield ran in SSM last season, acquitted himself quite well. Of course, Jameson did as well. It was last year were their rookie seasons. And as you mentioned, Jake, now I've seen Jake for a number of years in iRacing. He was part of the SCCA's Esports Super Tour during the 2020 or 2019 season when we didn't have many real-life racing opportunities for our racers, as he was out there racing with his brother Max. But again, he showed some very good speed against some other very good Club Ford racers at New Jersey last weekend.
Yep.
But again, he's got the advantage there. It is his home track,
Yep.
and it's good to see him getting some more seat time. Great to have him down here as we are now working lap number 5. And Jameson Huffman, you can see there if you take a look at the timing and scoring on the side of your screen with the purple times there. That means Jameson Huffman's just reset the fast lap at a 112.8. And as he comes out of turn 10 and crosses the stripe.
Sets it again.
Yeah, he knocks another 0.2 of a second off or thereabouts. And we'll take a look. Here is Deacon Greenfield. Comes across the line a little bit off his previous lap, about 0.5 of a second, about half a second off of his previous fast lap. But he's been down to a 114.2 at this point. And we'll take a look when Max King.
No, actually, we're going to talk about Jacob King.
Jacob King. Did I say Max again?
You did.
Yes. Yeah, let's talk about Jake. I'm sorry. Sorry, JD. Hopefully he doesn't stop us from coming up for the majors in a couple of weeks.
And he just went 0.3 faster on that lap than he did last one. So again, as I said, this track has got, it seems like, a ton of grip. Some of these drivers may disagree with us there.
Right.
From my qualifying time wasn't nowhere near what it should be. Well, that's a whole other.
So here's the interesting thing, and we're not there. We're certainly not there at this point. And I think the more Jake gets a chance to run some a point, he might get closer. Interestingly enough, the track record for Club Ford has stood, Brian, now since September of 1999.
Wow.
Since before I was racing. 116.542 set by Jeff Duncan. So that doesn't surprise me. The person who set it certainly doesn't surprise me at all there. But, a track record that has stood for almost a quarter of a century.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, again, it's about what's in the car. Again, hasn't, if he's never driven this track before, then, probably other than, maybe a sim, right? Getting in and doing it. We've got actually several drivers here this week, Greg, that have never driven this track. I talked to a few of them. We got some emails in our email box. Isaac Clark has never driven here. I did speak to him the other day, Friday. He was registering in.
Yeah, just got his track record, or not track record, just got his competition license.
Yep.
At Pit Race a couple weeks ago.
Yep. So talking to him a little bit. So again, we've got individuals that are out here that have never driven this track, and I think one of the good things that we've seen and that I've seen is that there's always somebody who has a lot of experience here that are willing to work and talk with them, even though you're in a competition battle. More and more when you're on the racetrack, it is just to the point of you're going to help somebody, right? I mean, it really does make a big difference.
Hey, want to welcome here a couple of the folks joining us on the chat. One, all the way from the West Coast. I guess it's not that early for him any longer. Russ Lundberg checking in from Washington State, and Russ Lundberg says makes him feel old when I say a track record has lasted since 1999. Taylor Hyatt. Who is also, I believe, a former Rookie of the Year here in the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. She's up supporting another D.C. region member, Mike Kelly. They're up at Pit Race this weekend. It is the 60th anniversary of Formula V, and Mike is up there racing this weekend. So good luck, and also I hear that Taylor took the reign with her.
Yeah. Now we know it's not us, it's not you, and we now know that it's Taylor.
So thank you for not raining on our parade, Taylor.
Yep.
And she wanted to cheer on her track nephews. That would be Jameson and Deacon, and I think a little bit later Morgan Burkhardt as well. As Huffman just sets again new fast lap of the session of 112.450.
Deacon going 113.4.
Yeah, so he's just picked up a ton of time.
Jacob went 119.5 last time by. So again, all these these three youngsters, maybe it's about the age, right? There's just no fear,
right?
And I think that's what happens, especially when you get into a race car. You got to have no fear, right? And that's what makes you go fast.
All right, so real quick, Brian, because we're now almost exactly halfway through this 15-lap race, or 30 minutes. But again, it looks like it's going to finish on laps. Let's make a second call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. That's our bracket racers, the Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. If you could please start heading to the grid, your heat race is next. Race group number 2, bracket racers, you can start heading to the grid. And Jake King just crosses the stripe to complete his 8th flying lap. Does not improve upon his previous fastest, but talk about, Brian, some consistency. And we saw that from Jake a couple of weeks ago at NJMP as well. Jake's fastest lap, which he had set on lap number 7, a 1:19.565. He just on his 8th lap, a 1:19.570. So 5 thousandths of a second off of his next previous lap. So pretty darn consistent there.
Yeah, I mean, that 570 was 65 to a 70. That's barely even a blink of an eye. He's gotten faster every single lap. So again, he is really starting to narrow this down. Let's go back. Let's talk about Jameson. Jameson goes 1:12.2. What was the track record again?
He put in a 1:10.7.
1.2. Okay, so he's quite a bit off there. And I don't know, with the sun being out like this, it's probably going to be tough to get to. As it gets going.
And I think also at when they went out at the April MARRS, he also had his father pushing him a good portion of the way as well.
Yeah.
And although Jameson jumped out to a lead at turn 1 and never relinquished the lead, he had his father kind of pushing him faster and faster in order to maintain that lead. And he doesn't necessarily have that right now as Greenfield's fallen a little bit off his pace. But Huffman just knocked off anher 0.2 of a second.
I was going to say, he just went 1:12 flat.
Yeah.
With a 7. So that's, again,
so he's like 1.3 seconds or so off of that track record. And, I don't think at the end of the day, if he doesn't reset it today, it's not the end of the world. His name is in the record books.
Yep, absolutely. And he's coming up on Jacob King here, so he'll be looking to get around Jacob King. We'll take a look at our turns in turn 8 because they just went through turn 5. So on the backside of carousel, and there you can see Jacob King, and then you see Huffman. Huffman's going to go to the driver's right to get by him. So he should be able to make that pass coming up underneath the bridge and down into 10, and there it is. You can see it. So again, it's going to cut Jacob's race down to 14 laps at this point. I don't foresee within 5 laps him going around and lapping him again. But Jacob King there, even with that lap, getting a little bit of that toe down the front stretch coming out of 10, turns out 1:19.4. So, again, really fast. But, again, as you talked about, consistency all the way through. And every single lap is pretty much getting faster and faster as he's going. So, look for that. Look for that car and that driver tomorrow for 20 laps. Look, he could end up taking 3 seconds off, depending on, if it's, because it's going to be early in the morning when they go out, and it's going to be a little bit cooler before it really starts to get, in the upper 80s. So
yeah, I was just going to say it is scheduled to be much warmer tomorrow.
Yeah.
But the difference is instead of this group going out at 11:15, 11:20 for a race, they're going to be out. They're going to be our very first race of the day tomorrow. They're going to be on track for their pace lap at 8:15 in the morning. So it should be, and I think tomorrow is also scheduled to be maybe a little bit more overcast than today. So it could be maybe in the upper 50s, low 60s when they go out.
Yeah, I mean, look, and you can even see, Jameson may be able to come out and set another lap, another track record tomorrow morning because, like you said, we start at 8:15 tomorrow, and we've got our first 10 lap in our bracket, tomorrow morning, and then we got some warm ups, and then then we come back with Group 1 here. So, so roughly 9 o'clock. That's the perfect temperature I think is going to be for these, for these cars. And look, Deacon, once he starts to get more, more seat time in this car all day today, and then going out tomorrow, who knows? That car can run pretty quick too.
All right, so we are now working lap 13 of a 15-lap race. So, Brian, quickly here, let's make a final call, or make another call to the grid. Although we're looking
getting
at
there.
a pretty full grid. Let's do it. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2, our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series. Bracket racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Race group 2 to the grid. All right, so Jameson Huffman now coming out of turn 10 and onto the front straight. And let's see if he can improve upon that 112.079. And he puts down a 112.656. So he's starting to...
letting his tires cool off a little bit.
Yeah, letting things cool down just a little bit.
Nah, look, he's getting down to the end. You don't want to do anything crazy here. He knows what he has. He knows he can go faster in that car. So, good for Jameson. And we're going to see him out here, I think, later on in that.
I think we're going to see him in SSM
I think
we're
going to see him in SSM. So, again, take this car, get it dialed in, and then, start to move forward. I know he's going to do some other racing. So, at this point, with that lead, I mean, he's got basically a 25-second lead over Deacon. At that point, it's just more of a let's just go ahead and let this car cool down a little bit, and then let's get through and take it as easy as we can as he heads down into that's Jacob King headed down in turn 5. I think we've got Jameson coming out of turn 8 up underneath the bridge now. Yeah, coming out of turn 10. So here he comes. So he should be getting the 1-to-go board right now. So he'll have one lap. Let's see what his time when he runs there. So yeah, 112.8. So again, starting to slow down a little bit. Tires starting to go away. You get a little bit of tire degradation. I don't know how many laps or heat cycles were on these tires that he ran. Obviously, they were great for the first half of the race. But the degradation starting to come down with those tires, and so you do start to get a little slippery in certain spots. So it's best to just be smart about it and take it easy and bring it home.
That's it. All right, coming across on, Jake King just resets his personal best of the session, gets down to a 119.214. So again, quite a bit under his qualifying time, where he qualified at a 123.35. So he is over 4 seconds faster now than he was just this morning.
Yep. Yeah, again, all about that seat time, right? You get to a place and he's like, okay, you know what? I messed up here on this lap. I messed up. Now what he's going to end up doing is he's going to go through, the scenarios that he has. Again, not racing anybody because he's the only one in the group, in that Club Ford, but as he starts to go through,
turn 10.
We got Jameson now. Jameson's going to come down and pick up this checkered flag here. He's going to pick up not only the overall win, but the FE2 win over Deacon. But, with Jacob, now it's like, okay, I know what I did on this lap. I know what I did on this lap.
Right.
The cars felt better here. The car felt better. He'll go back. He'll talk to Joe, talk to the crew, and say, hey, look, this is what I feel here. This is what I did. And then they'll be able to get it. And look, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't run a 117 or 118 tomorrow. As now Deacon's going to come through here and
took a little bit of a draft off Jake King coming out of turn 10.
Yeah.
And as they come across the line almost side by side, Greenfield will finish second overall, and Jake King Greenfield, had just passed Jake King there right behind right before the line to put King a lap down. But so Greenfield second overall, second in FE2, and Jake King, your sole racer in Club Ford. All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our first race, Brian. Next up, going to be our sole Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series race of the day, also scheduled for 15 laps, and they've just been given the 15-minute warning. They've just been given the 5-minute warning. So let's do this. We're going to take a quick little break. All right, let's take a quick little break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and most of all, first off, we want to thank great partner to the region and the presenting sponsor of this weekend's event, and that is RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas, and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsberg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, next up, our bracket racers.
Yeah, let's go ahead and give the starting lineup, and then we'll talk a little bit about bracket. If you're new to this, then we can kind of give you a little bit of a
primer.
Kind of what's going on here. So, starting in 20th from Frederick, Maryland, number 50 of Melanie Meckel. Starting in the 19th from Hampstead, Maryland, the number 20 of Robert Garrett. Starting in 18th from McLean, Virginia, and it's good to see him back here in the 101. That's Meyer Alzot. Starting in the 17th position from Severna Park, Maryland, the 134 of Chuck Edmondson. Starting in the 16th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the number 74 of Steve Martin. Starting in the 15th position from Tacoma Park, Maryland, the number 68 of Jed Prentice. Starting in the 14th position from Ashburn, Virginia, the number 40 of William Simpkins. Starting in the 13th position from Gum Spring, Virginia, the number 83 of Nick Shively. Starting in the 12th position from Fredericksburg, Virginia, the number 186 of Jennifer Romes. Starting in the 11th position from Thurmont, Maryland, the 127 of Jeff Liller. Starting in the 10th position from Frederick, Maryland, the number 51 of Eric Prepsius. Got it right. Starting in the 9th position.
Yes, you did.
Starting in 9th position from Vienna, Virginia, the number 41 of Philip Ackley. Starting in the 8th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in the 7th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, the number 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 6th position from Annapolis, Maryland, in the number 7 is Keith Frazier. Starting in the 5th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 4th position from Charlestown, West Virginia, Big Bill, the 05 of Bill Smith. Starting in the 3rd position from Leonardtown, Maryland, the number 13th of Andrew Waldorf. And starting on your front row, and starting in the 2nd position from Washington, D.C., in the number 30 of Mac Harrison. And starting on the pole from Alexandria, Virginia, in that BMW M3, the number 14th of Marshall Lytle.
All right, Brian, and as our field is making their way out of turn 5 and into the carousel, we'll give a little primer here, a very quick primer on what bracket racing is. Think of bracket racing for those of you who might know about drag racing, bracket drag racing, where you give the officials a time that you think you can do the quarter mile in, but no fast. And the key and the goal is to not run any faster than that time, or
Correct.
you break out and essentially get disqualified. Well, we don't disqualify racers here in bracket. Well, we do, but not for going faster than they say. What we do is we essentially divide the race times that our drivers can run into 2-second increments. And after a couple of laps, we'll start to place drivers into a 2-second bracket.
Yep.
And the goal is to try and stay in that bracket throughout your entire race without breaking out. If you break out of your bracket and run faster than your bracket time, you don't get disqualified. You just end up with the bracket ahead of you, as the green flag is now out. And so, for example, and we've got our racers led by Marshall Lytle in that bright orange BMW 3 Series. He's out of Alexandria, Virginia, taking the field down into turn 1 for the very first time. Also, by the way, we're going to try and fix that turn 1 camera, give you a little bit closer view.
It's not your eyesight. It is. The little wind is blowing down there, and we're going to bring it in just a little bit.
And plus, over at turn 1, if you didn't know this, I think our camera is actually in Virginia and not in West Virginia. So we'll try and get that taken care of during lunch. But so what we end up doing, we've got 10 different brackets, from bracket A1, which is for drivers that race a 1:16.999 or faster, and then bracket A2 for drivers that their fastest lap time is from a 1:17 flat to a 1:18.999. A3 is 1:19 flat to 1:20.999. So it's actually 1.999 seconds are the bracket lengths. And so again, what you want to try and do is you want to try and stay in that bracket. If you break out, what you could find is that, well, you might have been leading your bracket, and you find yourself now breaking out, and you're now competing against those faster drivers. You may find yourself like 30 car lengths behind the people that you're now competing with for the win.
Absolutely. And if you want to follow along and follow, which bracket they're actually in, obviously if you're following on Race Monitor, it will not put them in their brackets. You could probably do the math there. But you could go to MARRSpoints.com and click on the link at the very top that says bracket, and then you can click on live after that, and you can see exactly after the first couple laps. And it looks like, Craig, we've got some cars
to do it.
down off in turn 1. It looks like we got 2 of them down there.
And it looks like a couple of our Spec Racer Fords that are off on the exit road, what's known as the Pump House Road. See, if our camera was a little bit closer, Brian, we would have been able to pick that up. But
it looks like one of them may be Aaron Meisner.
Yeah, I think
just now pulling away, and we still have one sitting down there. That looks like maybe Mark J. Wendling. So it looks like both of those drivers got together going down into turn 1. Looks like they are both able to continue, and you should be. Well, actually, that's not Mark J. Wendling. He's not even in this.
No, let's take a look now, Brian, as he's coming into turn 3 and into our view that we should be able to pick up that number.
Looks like maybe the
13.
13?
and I think that was Andrew Waldorf, actually.
Yes,
in the
it was.
13
Yep.
machine, who was there with the 25, as you mentioned, the red, white, and blue machine of Aaron Meisner. So that's going to drop them much further back in the overall field. And currently, after a single lap, they were in that bracket B2 for drivers 127 to 128.999.
Yeah.
Now they're, well, if there are any other drivers in that bracket, they're going to be quite a bit behind them on track. And but we would expect that our drivers are going to start picking up some speed. And a good portion of this field, Brian, as you ran through them, are Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 cars. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars that were scheduled to start today, all in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, a lot of double duty going on, with those drivers, both of their group and, which is later this afternoon and here. And we see that a lot here in bracket. These guys go out and use this as a test session because, again, it's about being consistent. It's about doing the times. There are trophies for winning the brackets, right?
Yes.
For winning each one after each session. And, as Greg, as you alluded to, you could be racing against somebody that's ahead of you, and then all of a sudden you get a tow, you get a faster run. Next thing you know, you're running third or fourth in that bracket because you went faster, right?
Yeah.
So.
And what we find here, and I might also add, so besides having this bracket, the other core tenet of sprint bracket road racing here in the Washington, D.C. region is it's really a place for drivers to bring cars that do not class well or are not classed in traditional SCCA road racing classes and categories. It's open as long as you meet the minimum safety requirements. You can bring your cars out. So that brings in a number. We've got a number of cars that come in from Champ Car and from time to time from Lemons and some of the other endurance racing series. It's meant to give everybody a place to play here in the SCCA and with the Washington D.C. region road racing program. And so you mentioned Meyer Alzot here, Brian, who is back after quite a while away. He's quite the world traveler, got married, I think, last year, and he's out in his Mazda 2, which is actually, is actually a B-Spec car.
Yeah.
But Meyer is the former lead instructor for the Washington, D.C. region's HPDE program. As I talked to him last night, he said, "Look, I'm coming out. I'm not racing B-Spec because I want to just come out, have fun, and race with my friends." And he mentioned, of course, he mentioned Chuck Edmondson, driver of the 134 Honda CRX, who was the champion for, not the champion of, the champion for bringing sprint bracket road racing to the Washington, D.C. regions. I spent many years on the region's board of directors with him as well, but he talked about him. He talked about Steve Martin, and it's interesting right now, Meyer and Steve have a pretty good little battle going on in that B5 bracket for racers in the 133, I think the 133 plus range. And it's good to see Steve with some competition because, frankly, the last couple times, and we'll talk about even up in New Jersey, did not have any comparable cars. And Steve now on track has gotten around Meyer.
Yep.
As they're coming down towards turn one. And what do you have? 3 racers in a row. It's Chuck Edmondson and his Honda CRX going into turn one. We've got the silver Ford Focus of Steve Martin. And then we've got that white Mazda 2 of Meyer Alzat, who just made a pretty nice repass going into turn one.
Well, actually, let's throw in the 68 there of Jed Prentice as well, because now Jed Prentice is trying to battle Meyer Alzat as they're coming out of turn 3, but going down into turn 1, they were side by side. Meyer able to hold it to the outside there. Jed had to take a unorthodox line to get in there because they were side by side. Had to get harder on the brakes as they went through. When they went through coming out of turn 2 and then end up into turn 3, Meyer was able to open up that gap a little bit. So you can see that one little section there in turn 1 kind of just threw that whole 2 or 3 more turns off.
And just want to remind everybody who's either here at the track or watching at home, or wherever you may be watching or listening to us, that this is scheduled to be the last race before we break for lunch. We're going to have about an hour lunch, and then we've got 6 MARRS heat races to lead us out through the rest of the day. So definitely make sure to stick with us.
Tell you what, Greg, let's go back to that. You talked about Steve Martin and Meyer Alzot and then Jed Prentice. Well, now Martin has kind of broken out of that group that he was in. He's coming up on Chuck Edmondson. We'll see whether or not he can get in that same bracket with Chuck here as they go by. That would be in that B5. Actually, Steve Martin's in the B4, so he's a little bit faster than Chuck. But the B5 bracket, Chuck is now the one leading Meyer Alzot and then Jed Prentice there. So he's got a little bit of a gap before they get to them. So.
And a great little scrap now we saw Alzot make that repass going into turn 1 on the previous lap of Jed Prentice in that black number 68 Mazda Miata. Well, there's the one advantage that the Miata has, or that Jed Prentice has. He was able to just blow by Meyer coming out of turn 10 on the front straight. Yeah. He's probably got around 10 horsepower on the Mazda 2. With that Mazda Miata, and Alzot just wasn't in the position to pass him back. Got a great run coming into turn 3, though. We're going to see him come down, and actually they're now nose to tail under braking as they just came through turn 5, and they're making their way through the carousel now. So that is a great little fight on track, and a great battle right now in bracket B5. And both of those drivers right now are sitting in the mid to high 134 range. So they're not in jeopardy of breaking out of the B5 bracket and going to B4, where Steve Martin is actually currently the only driver in that bracket.
And, in that B5 bracket, they're racing against Chuck Edmondson, who is now going to go side by side by the start-finish line with Steve Martin heading down into turn 1. Steve Martin's going to be able to make that pass over Chuck. Chuck's going to pull back in behind Steve Martin. But remember, you've got Prentice and Meyer Alzot now they're racing with Chuck. Now they're right behind them. So, and I think Marshall Lytle thinks he's running over at Le Mans. He's got his lights on, and I saw him flash a couple of times. So, just so Marshall knows, you're not in France right now.
No.
So he must have had it turned on before he got on.
Although I will say that E36 BMW, that classic E36, has a much nicer front end than your typical Beaver front end of a current BMW M4 GT4 or M4 GT3.
Yeah, that is true.
The big bucktooth front of a current BMW. No offense to my Beamer friends, but well,
there's some cars over there in France that really have no front end, as we saw earlier on before we came on air.
It literally, as we were watching the opening of the Le Mans 24 Hour, it literally took 3 minutes before a prototype car was in the wall. Yeah. Here as Aaron Meisner starting to try and make his way back up through the field. He gets by the 127 of Jeff Liller, and I think that was that Nick? No, it wasn't Chivoli. I think have to check the other driver in that the other Mazda there that was right near Mr. Liller. But Steve Martin now has gotten around Chuck Edmondson on track, and here's a neat little thing here now as Jennifer Romes has moved herself now into bracket B4 with Steve Martin. And the gap between them, there's actually a pretty large gap at the moment.
Yeah, she's just now coming into 3. Steve is just now coming out of turn 2. So, and then he's got Mac Harrison that's going to make that pass. So he had to kind of get out of it a little bit, let Mac go. But again, depends on whether or not what happens when Mac Harrison catches Jennifer. If she kind of backs out just a little bit, you lose some of that momentum for probably about a half a lap. That could allow Steve Martin to catch back up there. Right?
That's right. And so we are now just about halfway through this 15-lap race. Now working lap number 9 of 15. So just a few, or probably working lap number 9.
And here comes Marshall Lytle. He's going to go around that Jeff Liller machine.
And I think that's Chevalier, right?
Chevalier, yep.
Yeah, right beside him, or right behind Jeff Liller. I was trying to pick it out. I thought it was a Mazda Miata. It's actually the Scion FRS,
Yep.
The number 83 machine of Nick Chevalier. And those two drivers, Liller and Chevalier, have been in very close quarters now for a number of laps as the Burgundy Mazda and NC Mazda MX-5 with Jeff Liller with about a 3-car length advantage now over the number 83 Scion, and they are both currently in that bracket B3 for drivers that are anywhere between a minute 29 flat and a 130.999. And at the moment, both of those drivers, I think, are rather safe from the chance of breaking out, as Liller, the faster of the two drivers, his fastest lap at this point, a 129.93.
Tell you what, I'm going to watch them coming out of the carousel and coming up through turn 8 here. They're going to be nose to tail coming through there. There they come up underneath the bridge, and Liller holding off that 83 machine ever so slightly. Again, Jeff's car threw me off. He's got a little white nose on there. Before it used to be all of the maroon and the crimson, and now he's got a little white nose on the front. So, but yeah, those two have been battling. They're within 2 car lengths of each other as they head past the start-finish line now and head down into turn 1. Marshall Lytle starting to leave that. I think he just got through somebody else, and now he's going to come up, I believe, on the 50 of Melanie Meckel here, coming through turn 3, but again, still having his lights on. But that, Chevalier and Liller battle, they're coming out of turn 2 now, and Liller is able to get a little bit better of a run, Greg, coming out of turn 2. So from the center of the corner of turn 1 all the way out of turn 2, he's able to separate, which puts it about a car length and a half. There. Chevalier's able to close in just a little bit going into turn 5, but then Liller's able to open it up on the back half, really from 6 all the way back through.
All right, and appears that Robert Garrett in the number 20 Chevy Corvette out of Hempstead, Maryland, he brought his car down on the pit lane, a C4 Corvette, and that car now heading back to the paddock. So it looks like his day is done.
Tell you what, something that I haven't seen run out here before is that William Simpkins machine in that Porsche 911 just across the start-finish line in that in that number 40 machine. He's actually running. And there really is no bracket. I'm not sure why he's not placed in a bracket. I think it is. I think they're having some transponder issues, maybe.
likely with that car, because I'm just showing the last lap is a 0.00, and I think what's happening is our timing and scoring team is manually entering times for him, and our timing system, our bracket timing system, therefore is not putting
won't pick
in
it up.
So if we take a look, currently we're showing fast lap for him of a 136.308. If that is the time, and that would put him in bracket B5 with Meyer Alzat, Jed Prentice, Melanie Meckel, and the now retired Robert Garrett.
Right. I'll have to see where he is on the track then compared to them, because here comes Meyer Alzat now coming out of turn 10. Again, he's got the is that Meisner that just
he's
by?
got Aaron Meisner and the Spec Racer 4 still trying to recover from that lap, end of lap 1, start of lap 2 incident. And I might add that the Porsche that you just mentioned is Simpkins. For those of you that want to take a look in our camera, and again, I know it's a little far away, but coming down into turn 1 right now, the first of 2 cars. There you go. It's a Porsche, an older, I think 930 Porsche 911. So late 70s, early 80s, a beautiful body style there, and a wonderful red paint job with 2 very widely spaced red stripes on it. Really gorgeous machine.
Brought it in last night on an open trailer with a truck that probably had a 5 or 6 inch lift kit on it. So it was kind of neat to see him, watching him pull it in, past the paddock.
All right, as we now have 3, actually, I'd call it 2.5 laps remaining, as we just saw Marshall Lytle in that bright orange number 14 BMW. He had just come through turn 5. We should see him in a moment coming out of turn 8 and up the hill And a matter of fact, there he goes up the hill right now towards the bridge. And when he comes onto the front straight, when he crosses underneath the starter bridge, he'll have 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, you talk about Meyer Alzad. He's actually running an SSM today as well.
Is he?
I did see that. Now, I didn't look at the timing and scoring from earlier for his qualifying, but I remember seeing him driving around, the paddock in a red 101 as well. I'm not sure if he had sold that car for somebody else.
I have a feeling that might be the case. I'm looking, and when I asked him last night, and I asked if he was racing SSM, he said, no, I'm racing bracket with my friends, and I don't see the 101 registered.
Unless he was practicing it yesterday. Maybe that's where I saw it was yesterday, so it could be because, I'm not seeing it either on there. So I do know that it was running around here yesterday.
Well, maybe he had a change of heart.
Maybe. And I think he has a heart actually on his car as part of his paint scheme in that on that Mazda when he comes by. So we'll have to see. Maybe he has changed it. Nothing really changing here, Greg. You look at the you look at the brackets. Marshall Lytle in a bracket by himself in that A3. Mac Harrison again in the A4 bracket all by himself. It's not till you get back to the bracket of the A5. We have Keith Frazier in that 7, Bill Smith, Mike Kosuth, Eric Prepsius, and John Ryan. And that bracket at the moment made up entirely of Spec Racer Fords with one exception, and that's Bill Smith and his BMW M3. Yeah.
There, who is currently running second in the class or in the bracket. Pardon.
Yep. Meyer Alzot goes by, and Jed Prentice still trying to get by Meyer Alzot.
And Prentice has made up a lot of ground in the last 2 laps, but they've swapped positions a number of times as they're coming through turns 1 and 2 right now, and they're once again side by side coming out of 2.
I'll tell you what, this could be Prentice. Yeah, Prentice is going to make that pass there. I don't think Meyer got a really good run coming into the center of 1 all the way out to 2 because he was definitely 100% full driver's left from the minute he got in the corner on his entry all the way through to the apex. He had missed that, so that just allowed Prentice.
All right, and so we are working the last lap here now, Brian. So we'll want to look for Marshall Lytle in that orange BMW 3 Series. When he crosses the line, he'll take the checkered flag, and we'll then break things down here by bracket for you. Again, if you want to see it for yourself, if you go to MARRSpoints.com and go to the bracket racing section, we've then got a live section you could see. And here comes Lytle coming up out of turn number 8 right now, up the hill underneath the bridge. So just really one more turn for the BMW driver. And here he comes through turn 10 now and onto the front straight. And with the checkered flag in the air to battle for the win in bracket B4. And let's take. Well, actually, it wasn't the battle for the win.
Not now, because that just moved. That moved Jed Prentice back into the B4 bracket,
right,
out of the B5 bracket. Yeah. So remember what I said earlier on?
Sir. Yep.
It happens all the time, and it's more than likely on the very last lap.
That's right. So here we go. Using the draft to get by that Mazda 2. Jed Prentice actually ended up on the last lap, putting himself into the next higher bracket. So let's take a look here, and we'll run things down by class, or pardon me, by bracket, taking the overall win and our only driver in bracket A3 for drivers that run lap times in the 119 flat to 120.999. Marshall Lytle in his BMW M3 out of Alexandria, Virginia. Mac Harrison broke away from our other Spec Racer Ford drivers. He's your sole runner at the end here in bracket A4 for drivers that run a 121 flat to a one. We'll just call it to a 123. Then in bracket A5, which is for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25, Keith Frazier takes the win in his Spec Racer Ford. Bill Smith in his BMW M3 finishes second. Eric Prepsius third. And then in bracket B1, Bravo 1, taking the win in his Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Phil Ackley. Great to see Phil taking the win there, with Aaron Meisner finishing in second. But there was a pretty pretty big gap on track between those two racers. Nick Chevalier, our sole driver in bracket B3 for drivers 129 to 131. Jeff Liller, who had been running right on track with the Scion driver, ends up a bracket down. So it looks like Nick Chevalier ended up also in the battle with and the fight to get around Mark Liller, ended up breaking out of his bracket. Lucky for him, there was nobody else in it. So Liller, your sole runner in the Bravo 2 bracket for drivers 127 to 129. Then in bracket B4, as you mentioned, this is for drivers 131 to 133. Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, takes the win. Steve Martin will come home in second. Chuck Edmondson third, and then Jed Prentice finishes in fourth. While in bracket B5, Meyer Alzat will take the win in his Mazda 2. Melanie Meckel in her Spec Racer Ford will finish second. William Simpkins in his Porsche 911 will finish third. And then finally, Andrew Waldorf, who was part of that early lap 2 incident with Aaron Meisner, ends up, as we take a look at it, he ends up actually in bracket B2 along with Jeff Liller. Because of where he finished up on track, Liller takes the win in that bracket. All right, so let's take a look here, Brian. We've already gotten word from Race Control that we are going to have cars back on track at 1:15 today. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take a little break, or a long break, actually, for lunch, about an hour for lunch. And when we come back, our next group is going to be one that I think all of our viewers are going to want to tune in for. That is going to be Spec Miata. So that is next here at Summit Point Raceway. And as we go to break, going to thank some of the great partners and sponsors that bring you all of the action here from Summit Point Raceway and the MARRS Series. Great sponsors of the Washington, D.C. region, like our event title sponsor, RP Performance.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members, ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event. RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back from lunch, everybody, here at Summit Point Raceway for the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, before we get underway and get things going with our first race of the afternoon, wanted to thank RP Performance for that fine prime rib that we had for lunch. No, I want to thank RP Performance for providing lunch for all of our volunteers here today. Greatly appreciated. And as I think we mentioned at the top of the show, RP Performance doing a lot here this weekend to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. And we've now found out who the recipient of the free entry to this weekend's event is. The 75th registrant for this weekend's event, Melvin Miller, driver of the number 60 American Sedan Mustang out of Lincoln, Delaware. And congratulations to Melvin. And again, thank you to RP Performance for all you're doing here this weekend. So, Brian, next up is Spec Miata. I think a race that so many people are waiting for, including apparently Mike Meathead Collins, who's got another his race organization at Buttonwillow Raceway Park this weekend. So as our drivers are just about ready to head off on their pace up, let's take a look at the starting order.
All right, tell you what, start here in 20th. It's going to be the 54 from Owens Mill, Maryland. It's going to be Michael Cohen. Starting 19th from Ellicott City, Maryland, our very own in the 68, Dominic Mandiel. Starting in 18th from Arlington, Virginia, the number 29 of Adam Crandall. Starting in 17th from Galloway, New Jersey, the number 122 of Brian Hune. Starting in 16th position from Apollo, Pennsylvania, the number 35 of Tom Buskey. Starting in the 15th position from Fairfax, Virginia, the number 61 of Richard Ura. Starting in 14th from Townsend, Maryland, the number 39 of Andrew Wagner. Starting in 13th from Harrisonburg, Virginia, that's the number 7 of Brad Williams. Starting in 12th position from Westminster, Maryland, the 14th of Kevin Conlon. Starting in 11th position from Gurnee, Illinois, the 08 of Robert Cahill. Starting in 10th position from Merrifield, Virginia, the 48 of Benjamin Pollock. Starting in the 9th position from New York, New York, the 195 of John Jenkins. Starting in 8th position from Morgantown, West Virginia, the number 18 of James Lindenthal. Starting in the 7th position from Morgantown, West Virginia as well, the number 57 of Dylan Moore. Starting in the 6th position from Falmouth, Virginia, the number 28 of David Henderson. Starting in the 5th position from Centerville, Virginia, the number 10 of Glenn Evans. Starting in the 4th position from Davidsonville, Maryland, the number 21 of Michael Adipoff. Starting in the 3rd position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, the number 63 of John Hotz. And starting on the front row and starting in the second position from Durwood, Maryland, the 44 of Kip Gaynor. And on the pole from Christiansburg, Virginia, the number 78 of Ted Cahall.
All right, so Brian, as we've got the field now just coming down through the chute, coming down into turn 5, and we know that Mike Meathead Collins was congratulating Ted Cahall on taking the pole today in Spec Miata. Why don't we tell Mike exactly how Ted ended up with the pole today?
So kind of ironic, right? Kind of an ironic story here is that, our cars are heading up through turn 5 right now through the back carousel. So you had John Hotz and Kip Gaynor kind of working together, and then you had Ted Cahall kind of leaning back just a little bit. When they first went out, Ted went out first, then John and Kip got around him. Then John was out by himself and was sitting on the pole almost for 15 minutes, or for about 7.5 minutes of the 12-minute qualifying that we had. Got back in behind Kip Gaynor as our cars are coming up out of turn 8. Pushed Kip Gaynor to the pole position. So it knocked himself out of the pole.
Bump drafted him to the
pole.
Then
John backed out of it completely and let Ted catch Kip. And then all of a sudden, Ted ended up getting the pole with like less than a minute and a half left to go. So, so the strategy for those two between Gaynor and Hotz didn't work out.
So we'll see if things end up different on the if they work together as much here during the race as the field comes out of turn 10. All lined up, and we have a wave off. The start has been waved off here as we've got, we had the number 28 car shading over to driver's left, and big, about midway through the field, Brian, it just looked like a good portion of the field had not been gridded up in what is a 10-row field. It looked like from around row 5 back, we're just not really ready to go. And so the wave off came actually very early.
Yeah, you know what? Last time we were here, we saw this as well. And so when they went by the start-finish lines, when we saw that wave off just now, I saw a ton of hands waving up in the windows, up in that rearview mirror to let that person know there as Ted starts to speed off just a little bit. I don't think he understands that they are under caution. He does.
As the pole sitter, he would have been in the best position to see it.
Yeah.
So hopefully he does, because he is now. I think he's giving the drivers. They're trying to give them enough space so that they wouldn't accordion up.
Well, they need to get kind of bundled up here real quick, and I think now as they head down into turn 5, Ted starts to slow down a little bit. They need to. One little quick thing on a starting note, Michael Cohen, it shows that he may have had some type of an issue during qualifying.
Right.
They moved him all the way to the back, but it does show that he is back up in his original spot, which I believe is going to be in the ninth position.
So. All right, so when a start gets waved off, Brian, essentially we are working the first race lap right now. It is just under full course caution. Mm-hmm. And so these are 15-lap or 30-minute races, whichever comes first. And at the moment, we're actually working lap 1 here as the field now is getting gridded up, and it looks to be as though they're coming pretty quickly up the hill there. We'll see if they slow it down a little bit. But Ted Cahall has the field, and they've started to grid up. And reports from the corners that they look very good coming into turn number 10. And now they are at what I would consider to be an adequate pace as the field comes through turn 10. The starter looks them over. John Sterling is your starter, and we have a start. Green flag is in the air. And now John Hotz from the third position. Well, he's pushing the 78 car, the red 78, our pole sitter of Ted Cahall, up to the, first to clear our outside pole sitter Kip Gaynor, and John Hotz that moves all the way over driver's left across in front of Gaynor. He's going to take over second position behind Cahall as they now come into turns 1 and out of turn number 2. And it looks like now side by side, Brian, we've got Glenn Evans and Kip Gaynor with Michael Apatow and David Henderson just a little bit behind. 3 wide going into 10. Into 3.
So you got 3 wide going into 10. You had David Henderson. You had the 21 there, Michael Apatow. And then you also had Glenn Evans. Glenn Evans had to get completely off the throttle to let those two go 2 wide as they head down into turn 5 right now. Again, you talked about that start with John Hotz. He pushed Ted Cahall all the way out in the front. Kip Gaynor drops back to third, dives in underneath John Hotz. Look for those two to work together this entire race.
Yeah, so we'll see as they very often work together. We saw them working together at New Jersey Motorsports Park just a couple of weeks ago. Ted Cahall, well, his help is quite a bit further back in 11th or 12th position right now, his brother Robert. So we'll see how things play out as our leaders now make their way out of turn 8, up the hill and under the bridge. And there appears to be a bit of a breakaway at the moment between that red number 78 machine of K-Hall, the white 63 of John Hotz. But as they come out of turn 10, Kip Gaynor in that metallic green or blue number 44 machine, he's starting to draft up. It's about 6 car lengths back to the white number 21 of Michael Apatow. And then we've got Glenn Evans and Henderson. Apatow and then Henderson fairly close behind.
Tell you what, Greg, as they fire off down into turn 1 there, it is still Ted K-Hall over John Hotz. He gets a little bit more of a momentum going through the center of 1, meaning Ted K-Hall and John Hotz. They're starting to pull away from Kip Gaynor by about 2.5 car lengths, and then another 2.5 car lengths to the 21 of Michael Apatow. I tell you what, the man on the move right now is David Henderson in that number 28. That car seems to be hooked up. As we get to this 15 laps, look for David Henderson to start making a move.
That's right, as these drivers still trying to get a little bit of heat in the tires here on the first couple of laps. As we look a little bit further back in the pack, we've got Rich Uren, the 61 machine. He's running 14th, and he's got Kevin Conlon and Andrew Wagner in very close proximity. Dominic Mandiel out on the in the race here today. He and Tom Buskey, who was my student at driver's school and one of the standouts this year at driver's school, and he finished in the top 10 at the April MARRS, looking to repeat with a very good start. They are currently running 17th and 18th.
Yeah, as they come up out of turn 8, Dominic Mandiel, great start. Already passed 3 cars, getting through there. Give him 4 cars over that Adam Crandall in that 29. I will tell you, Adam Crandall and that team worked feverishly all day yesterday. They had to change a motor, Greg. They got 10 minutes worth of practice between 2 drivers yesterday, changed motors all day yesterday. They're back out here today. Good to see them able to make the start.
All right, got word that the 50, that can't be right. The call was the 54 machine. Maybe it was the 57 of Dylan Moore, 4 off over at turn number 7 and recovered and continued.
That may have been the 54 because he has dropped all the way back.
You're right,
now
Michael Cohen.
To 16th position. So Michael Cohen, and as they come out of turn 2, Greg, our leaders, Ted K-Hall, John Hotz, Kip Gaynor, Michael Apatow, and then David Henderson. That's the first 5 cars now as they head down into 3. Down the chute into turn 5, Ted K-Hall with about a half a car length over John Hotz.
All right, as we watch them now come down under braking into turn number 5, and they are all staying in a line this early on. Again, what essentially got shortened to a 14-lap heat race rather than the 15 laps as the start was waved off. Fastest racer in the field right now after 3 complete laps, John Jenkins in the number 195 machine as he turned a 128.6.
And John Jenkins was pretty quick at New Jersey, too.
Yes,
we saw him the last time 2 weeks ago, and he was actually pretty quick this morning as well. Got bottlenecked up in between some of the cars this morning during qualifying, so wasn't able to get a good qualifying run. Look for John to make a move here, start to come up here as we across the start-finish line. We're going to fire back off down into turn 1. Ted K-Hall leading John Hotz by about half a car length. Now Gaynor and Apatow, there are nose to tail going down into turn 1. They close that gap on our front too, but I think K-Hall and Hotz, they're going to get away, John, if we start battle back and forth. As they come out of turn 2 now and start to head up into turn 3 again, still all single file. It does look like Gaynor's trying to hold off there, and then you're going to drop back just a little bit further to our 6th, 7th, and 8th position.
Yes.
That is going to be Lindenthal, Jenkins, and Evans. They're nose to tail. They're starting to close that gap on that front 5 cars, Greg, so it could be an 8-car battle here pretty shortly.
All right, nice little battle a little bit further back in the pack right now. Kevin Conlon and Rich Ura. They were side by side coming into turn number 3. Ura taking over 12th position from Kevin Conlon, moved the 14 car back in the 13th with Andrew Wagner very close behind.
Yeah, as our lead pack now starts to head through the carousel, starting to come up through turn 8. As you take a look at your cameras here, it is still Ted K-Hall over John Hotz. Kip Gaynor now looks like he's going to be on an island by himself here, Greg, as they come through turn 10. He's dropped back from the front 2 cars. You've got to be careful because if you drop back, now you're going to fall away, those front 2 cars. John Hott's going to make a look to driver's right, John. Here comes Gaynor. Gaynor's going to give him a little bit of the arrow to help him get past Ted K-Hall. We'll see whether or not K-Hall closes the door on Gaynor
and
heading down the stretch, and he does. And now all of a sudden it looks like Ted Cahill wants to go back around John Hotz, not able to do it, gets back right in behind that rear bumper. Now your new leader, John Hotz.
Yeah, and you can see there as we had Hotz going in and taking the lead with Cahill, Gaynor, Apatow, and then John Jenkins. Once again, he's side by side with David Henderson as they came down under braking in the 1 in the battle for 5th position. And as they come out of 2 and now head into 3, they are still side by side. And it looks like now the 195 machine of Jenkins, who has gotten that pass done to move him up to 5th, move Henderson in the 28 machine back to 6th.
Yeah, Jenkins got a great run out of turn 2 and then going side by side and had the preferred line going into turn 3, and that just shut the door on David Henderson. Henderson had to let out of it just a little bit, got a little bit loose heading into the apex, and it looks like we may have had one car that went off in turn 3. It looks like they're going to continue. We'll try to see him get that number, and that just may be some of the gravel.
Yeah, I was going to say is I think we've got a little bit of gravel there on track. So your top 5 right now: John Hotz, Ted Cahill, Kip Gaynor, Michael Apatow, and now David Henderson, as those drivers are making their way out of turn 8 underneath the bridge. And here coming into turn 10, and it looks like, Brian, that battle between Jenkins and Henderson is not done yet. But now as they came out of turn 10, I think it's finally complete as Jenkins in that 195 machine, he's drafting up right to the back of the 21 as they come across the start-finish line and complete lap number 6. But it is now looking as though it is a 7-car battle for the lead, as we've got James Lindenthal entering the game as well. The number 18 machine just ran his fastest lap of the race.
Tell you what, don't throw it out. Glenn Evans is now, we're going to make it an 8-car battle, Greg, within at least 4 or 5 car lengths from the John Jenkins back to the Henderson, and then another 2 car lengths back to the Lindenthal and the Evans machine as they head up into turn 3. Jenkins gets a little bit sideways there coming into 3, but able to hold on to that 21 and move and stay there.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4. That's B-Spec and C-Spec, ITA, ITB, ITC, and ITS. B-Spec, C-Spec, and improved touring drivers. Race group number 4, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 4 to the grid.
Here comes our leaders out of turn 8, up the hill, underneath the bridge. John Hotz starting to open that up, Greg, by about 4 or 5 car lengths. We saw John Hotz here the last time we were here, I believe in the end of April, and he ended up dominating in this Spec Miata class those 2 days. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to hold this group off. Kip Gaynor along with Ted Cahill, they're nose to tail going across the start-finish line. They're not going to let Hotz get away too quickly.
Yeah, and you can see the plan there definitely is they're looking to use the draft of John Hotz. And then Kip Gaynor, he is content for the moment to just slot in behind the 78 machine and push back up towards the lead. A little bit further back, looks like this is now, again, Jenkins and Apatow also trying to work together to get a little bit closer to the lead pack.
Well, yeah, you've got Apatow in the back bumper now of Kip Gaynor, but then you've got Jenkins and Henderson, and now you've got Glenn Evans. He's going to go around the 18 of James Lindenthal. That's going to be for 7th position, so move Evans up to 7th, move Lindenthal back to 8. About another 10 car lengths back is the 08 of Robert Cahill. That's 9th, and then you've got Brad Williams in the 7. That's for 10th. Michael Cohen in that 54 machine, Greg, we talked about him earlier, had that little off, dropped all the way back down to 16th. He is back up to 13th position. He's battling with the Kevin Conlon and the 48 of Benjamin Pollock. As we look down going into turn 5 there, that is that Cohen, Pollock and Conlon deal there coming through the carousel. Here comes our leaders out of turn 8 now. That front 6 cars, they're starting to break away from each other. So getting through the carousel seems to be a little bit of a difficulty there. But John Hotz starts to pull away by about, I'd say, 4 car lengths there. Now you've got Kip Gaynor and Ted Cahill. They're going to try to run him down. John Hotz goes all the way over to driver's right to try to figure out how to break some of that draft so they can't get an advantage as they fire off down into turn 1. And now Gaynor's looking to the driver's left as Cahill moves to the center of the track. That's not going to do any good if you want to catch John Hotz.
Yeah, it's an interesting move there, Brian, because it looks like everybody behind Cahill is just interested in pushing forward to get up to Hotz. And Cahill, appears he's trying to stay a little defensive and not letting anybody. He moves over a little bit to try and keep anybody else from getting underneath him. But in doing so, he's really compromising his entry speed into turn one, and it's backing the whole rest of the field up. And it's giving now for the second lap in a row, it's allowed John Hotz to actually extend almost another car length just on the run from 2 to 3.
Yeah, by the time they got down into turn 5, I'd give it 5 car lengths now that John Hotz has that lead over K-Hall and Gaynor. So you're right, Greg. By making that move, all you're doing is stacking that second, third, fourth, and even fifth place cars, which is going to allow Evans and Henderson now to move back up, which is going to be the battle for second and third on that last podium spot. But John Hotz starting to pull away coming out of turn 8. I talked to him earlier today. He found some speed coming through turn 7, 8, and 9 all the way up through that hill this morning. So he's pretty excited about that, and that's helping him pull away by about, I'd say, 8 car lengths now over Ted K-Hall and Kip Gaynor. Drop a little bit back in that number 21, Michael Adipoff. He is trying to hold on and stay with Kip Gaynor and Ted K-Hall. And now Gaynor's going to go driver's left, Greg. They're going to go side by side into turn 1. K-Hall is going to be able to hold that off. Gaynor went side. We'll see whether or not the 21, Michael Adipoff, see whether or not he's going to be able to get under Gaynor and take over that third position. Doesn't look like he's going to, but what's that done? That has opened the deal now for John Jenkins. And now he's going to be able to move up into that 4th position ahead of that 21 of Michael Adipoff. So you've got 3, 4, 5 cars there battling. That's only allowing the 63 car to just continue to keep moving.
Yeah, I was going to say, as we now have about 5.5 laps remaining, and it's a lot of time here, Brian, we're looking at, somewhere around, a little bit under 10 minutes left in this race. It's just now allowed John Hotz to really cement his lead.
I talked a couple minutes ago where you had Benjamin Pollock in with that Michael Cohen and the Brad Williams machine as they were racing last time. Brad Williams looped it out of turn 10, I believe, and did continue. Yeah. But he has dropped way back here. He is just now coming out of turn 2, really trying to clean off his tires. He's going to be behind now the 122 of Brian Hune as he starts to reel him in a little bit, but you could see him really starting to clean his tires off. Here comes our leaders, Greg. John Hotz going by the start-finish line. Here comes the run from David Henderson along with Glenn Evans. That's going to put Michael Adipoff back 2 more positions as they cross the start-finish line. Drop him back to 7th. Evans into 6th and David Henderson into 5th. And now Glenn Evans, he wants more. He's going to try to go side by side with David Henderson as they go down into turn 1. They're still side by side coming out of there. Henderson looks like he's going to be able to take the long way around, stay driver's left, and hopefully be able to get in front of Evans. But I think Evans is going to be able to hold him off there, Greg.
All right, and we can see now coming down the inside as Ted K-Hall tries to come underneath Kip Gaynor. John Jenkins now gets around him. So move Jenkins now into 3rd position with K-Hall back in the 4th. And look at this as they come down the hill into turn 5. John Hotz with, probably a 15, almost 20 car length advantage.
His biggest lead of the race right now over Gaynor and Jenkins. And I think that Ted K-Hall coming out of 2, Greg, I think he had a problem and got really, really loose because he's dropped all the way back now behind, almost in the clutches of David Henderson and Glenn Evans.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 4. That's B and C-Spec and Improved Touring. If you can please start heading to the grid, race group number 4, B and C-Spec and Improved Touring drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next.
Greg, it looks like we have the 14 of Kevin Conlon. He is now on pit road as our overall leader. John Hotz goes past the start-finish line, and here's that battle I was talking about. Now you've got David Henderson, Ted K-Hall side by side as they go across the start-finish line. That's going to be for 4th. Ted K-Hall moving to the center of the track, which is putting Henderson all the way to the driver's right now. K-Hall moves back driver's left, see if he can do the crossover there. But I tell you what, Greg, that may allow Glenn Evans to jump right back in that battle because Ted K-Hall did not have the preferred line. And now if you look, here comes K-Hall, but he's got Evans, he's got Henderson, and now he's got Michael Adipoff as they're starting to head up into turn 3, Greg, side by side still with Henderson and K-Hall. What a battle that is.
Yeah, an amazing battle, and we'll see now as they get ready to come down the hill. For a moment there, it looked as though K-Hall had maybe moved over driver's left coming into 1 a little early, and we saw Henderson almost immediately move to left as well. But now, finally, 3 turns later, move Henderson up into move him into 4th position. Move K-Hall, who had been our pole sitter, back now down into 5th. And that continued battle, we've got, again, you said it, Glenn Evans and Michael Apatoff in the 21 machine, who are currently running 6th and 7th. They're just kind of bottled up behind them.
Yeah, I tell you what, it took all the way to turn 5, and you've got where you hear all this all the time with some of these Miatas. You got to get to the center of the track to get through turn 5. Henderson stayed far driver's left, just as what we teach in driver school,
yes,
and get right along that apex, and that's where he did it, and that's where he made his path. Now, though, he's going to be a sitting duck unless Michael Apatoff goes with him, goes with Ted K-Hall. He does not. He moves back driver's left. He's going with David Henderson. So, again, that's going to leave Ted K-Hall out of that line unless he can hold off the 21 headed up into turn 1. But our front 4 cars, Greg, they're starting to really pull away now with this battling going on.
They are indeed, and we just saw there where K-Hall was able to hold off Apatoff going into turn number 1, and it looks like it is going to hold coming out. But what we're actually starting to see heat up just a little bit here, Brian, is the battle for second. John Jenkins and Kip Gaynor. Now about a half a car length separate them. 2 laps ago, Jenkins was actually right up to the door of Kip Gaynor, was able to hold him off as they come now down the hill into turn number 5. There they are right at the apex, and we can see Kip Gaynor, again, about a half to 3/4 of a car length separating them. Both drivers running very similar paces, and then a big gap then back to the drivers behind, to K-Hall, to Apatoff, to Evans, and now Robert K-Hall. Good run for Robert now up into 8th position. He's actually getting closer to Ted.
Well, now drop him back because Lindenthal went full all lock in all the way down into 5 and was able to hook it and make that turn. So now you're going to throw in Lindenthal ahead of Robert K-Hall. We'll see whether or not he can do it. I'm sure he's got to have some flat spot on those tires. Here comes our leaders, Greg. Looks like this time by it's going to be 2 to go. John Hotz opening up like a commanding 20-25 car length lead. But here comes that Jenkins and Gaynor battle that you're talking about. John Jenkins looks like he's a little bit faster than Gaynor, especially coming out of turn 10. But now as they go into turn 1, they're going to go side by side.
Gaynor to the inside and to the outside Jenkins. Gaynor protecting that inside line, making Jenkins go the long way around as they go through turns 1 and into 2. And as they come out and make this short run down to turn 3, Kip Gaynor has managed to hold off the attack for at least one more turn complex, but the 195 has been getting great runs out of turn 10. Oh, and we've got contact, a little bit of contact coming into 3 as Ted K-Hall gets into the back of Michael Apatoff, and I think Apatoff was trying to come back over driver's left. I think he thought he had cleared the 78 machine. Obviously not completely by, but it looked for a moment there as though Apatoff might have been going for a ride.
Yeah, it looks like they were both trying to fight for that same position, and I think he thought he was clear, and Ted maybe thought he was a little bit clearer as well, tried to get right up underneath him in order to not allow Glenn Evans to get up in there, and ended up not being there. But, yeah, that was pretty darn close. Here comes our leader up out of 9 and up and underneath the bridge, Greg.
All right, John Hotz, our leader, coming all by himself, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. He's going to get the 1 to go board here at Summit Point Raceway in Spec Miata. He now has about a 20 car length advantage over our second place driver. That is Kip Gaynor in that bluish green number 44 machine, who's now opened up about a 3 car length advantage over the 195 of Jenkins. Jenkins closes it up a bit under the draft and now under braking in the 1. Only a half a car length back as those two come through turn 1 for the final time. Some brake lock up and maybe dropping a wheel into the grass there. One of our, I think that was actually David Henderson in the 28 machine. And that allows Apatoff to maybe get a little bit closer, but still about 6 car lengths separating our 4th and 5th place drivers.
Yeah, as they head up into turn 3, I tell you what, Gaynor's starting to open it up. So whatever Jenkins' mistake that he made at some point between the back carousel and up out of turn 10, as he was getting a run earlier on Kip Gaynor, not able to make that happen as they head down into turn 5. It's about 2 car lengths now between Gaynor and Jenkins. Henderson by about another 5 or 6 car lengths back. The race on the the battle on the track right now towards the end is going to be for that 6th position between Glenn Evans and Ted Cahall. As we look through there, they've already gone through turn 5. They're going to be coming up out of turn 8. They were almost getting ready to go side by side again, Greg, going into turn 1 and getting close into turn 3. Here comes our overall leader, John Hotz, in that number 63 machine. He's now out of 10. He's coming down towards the checkered flag. It looks like John's going to win. This should be his 3rd win in a row here in SM at this racetrack. And now here comes Kip Gaynor. He's going to finish 2nd. So those two guys are going to finish 1, 2. John Jenkins is going to round up in 3rd. David Henderson 4th. Michael Adapov is going to be 5th. Then it looks like it's going to be Ted Cahall and then Glenn Evans. That's going to be 6th and 7th. Here comes Robert Cahall. That's going to be 8th. The 18 of James Lindenthal, that is going to be for the 9th position. And here comes Brad Evans in the 7. That's going to be for 10. You also have, going out a little bit wide, we got one car sitting there really wide trying to hang on there. Let's see if he can hang on to it.
That was a heck of a
pretty good
save.
one. Well, let's see whether or not he doesn't lose any more positions. Here comes Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen's going to finish in 11th. Andrew Wagner is going to get nipped by Richard Ura, and then Andrew Wagner is going to fall all the way to 13th, then to 57 of Dylan Moore.
Yeah, so that ride by Andrew Wagner as he was coming out of turn 10 just ahead of Michael Cohen, went all 4 wheels into the gravel, had the doors facing us here. That is typically a recipe for, if not disaster, at least a flip or two.
Yes.
And he gathered it back up, and yeah, certainly lost a lot of momentum on the front straight, dropping him back to 13th position, but a great save and only gives up a position to Rich Ura, who finishes in 12th. So Dylan Moore will come home in 14th. Tom Buskey will come home in 15th. Woo! Great race there, Brian. All right, so let's do this. Let's get ready for our next race. And I'm just taking a wild guess here, Brian, that it's probably going to start somewhere right around 1:55. It may be a couple minutes after that. We'll go and update you if need be. But in the meantime, while we wait for our next group to go out on track, let's go and thank some of our great partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the coverage here from Summit Point Raceway as part of the June MARRS presented by RP Performance, like OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, everybody, for the June MARRS Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And, Brian, we've got a lot of events here going on at Summit Point Raceway as part of the June MARRS. And I think one of the biggest parts of the weekend always is actually after all the action on track wraps up with our Saturday evening social. Mm-hmm. And tonight we're gonna have a band playing some music. Actually, I think we've had a band each and every weekend. And this weekend, Saturday night, it's going to be Little Joe and the Buffalo Wings. I'm getting hungry already.
I'm starving.
That's right. Little Joe, he hails from the Mississippi Delta and plays authentic Delta blues. And joining him is going to be Steve Burr on bass. On bass. And
he may play the bass too.
He may have, if he's from the Delta, he might have a bass with him. If not, he'll have a catfish. And Lynn Hillier will be on drums. All right, so we've got our next group, our improved touring and B-Spec drivers heading out on track for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 19th. And driving the 00 ITS Datsun 240Z, a place that you don't normally see, Jeff Lucas, starting 19th. That's because he didn't set a qualifying time today. Matt Small starting 17th and driving the number 16 ITB Volkswagen Golf. Starting 17th today. Driving the number 159 ITB Honda Civic, it's Andrew Ortiz with Matty Vicola starting 16th. He's driving the number 3 ITB 2002. John Kinberg will start 15th. He's driving the 02 ITB 2002 with Dennis Jenkins driving the number 77 ITS Mazda RX-7. Starting 13th today. Lucky 13th, driving the number 44 ITB Volkswagen Golf out of Frederick, Maryland. It's Rich Allen with Ryan Moran, our sole B-Spec driver in the field. He starts 12th today, driving the number 8 Mini Cooper. Philip Rule will start 11th. He is driving the number 78 ITA Mazda Miata, while Justin Shepard will start 10th. He's in the number 100 ITA Mazda Miata. Nor Perskell, great to see Nor back here. He is running an ITA this weekend, driving the number 42 Mazda Miata. He starts 9th, while Alex Ratcliffe, the king himself, is going to be starting 8th. He's driving the number 103 ITB Mini Cooper. Starting 7th, driving the number 69 ITB Mazda Protege, your pole sitter in the class, Scotty Holman. Starting 6th, driving the number 0 ITS Datsun 240Z is Chuck Bucheski. And then starting 5th, driving the 59 ITA Toyota MR2, Peter Doan. David Lanning will start 4th in the 41 ITA Mazda Miata, while Dan Freeman starts on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 1 Mazda Miata. It's an ITA car. Your ITS pole sitter starts 2nd. He's driving the number 49 Mazda Miata. It's Steve Moeller. And Joel Gambino is your pole sitter today, driving the number 31 ITA Mazda Miata out of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, with a qualifying time of 1:27.253.
Tell you what, Jeffrey Lucas is going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to move all the way up into Steve Moeller. And here we go, Greg. We're going to get the nice start here. Gambino and Moeller They're going to go side by side down into turn one. Daniel Freeman, he's going to sit there and sit back and see what's going on. But I tell you what, he's going to be under pressure by a whole host of cars, Greg, because we are 3 wide, almost 4 wide, going down into turn one.
Yeah, it's bottlenecking there for sure. Is Gambino in the ITA Mazda Miata, and we've got cars that have gone off. Told you it was bottlenecking there. We've got a car that's taken Mr. Toad's wild ride through the gravel there. We'll get that number in just a second. But Joel Gambino, not a huge surprise as he drops back behind the 2 ITS machines of Steve Moeller in the 49. And then Chuck Bucheski in the yellow number 0 Datsun 240Z.
Tell you what, the 2 cars that went off are going to be Dennis Jenkins in that 77, and I believe that's going to be Matt Small in that number 16 in that VW Volkswagen Golf GT. They were both able to continue. They're now considered, or not, they're now through turn 3, back into turn 4. They're starting to get in the back of the pack.
Yeah, that was the word from the corner workers at turn 1. Dennis Jenkins in the 77 ITS RX-7 is the driver that went for the wild ride there, and not so wild as we talked about earlier, Brian. As dry as it is here, that those gravel traps putting up a lot of dust and dirt. If you just even look at them, funny. As we've got our pack now coming out of turn 8 and up the hill, and Jeff Lucas looks like he's only made up 3 positions at this point, trying to make his way through that ITB field as he's just now coming around turn 10. Let's take a look at the fight for the lead in ITA, as we've got our leader in the class and our pole sitter today, Joel Gambino in the blue number 31, who pushes Moeller, the ITS leader, back around Chuck Bucheski, and coming on strong, the black number 1 Mazda Miata of Dan Freeman. He's now checked in right behind the 31 of Gambino.
Greg, I think we have Dennis Jenkins again having a little bit more issues there going down into turn 1. We'll have to take a look at it. That does look like that is the 77 machine. Full brake 4 lockup all the way going down. It is a Crimson car. I'll confirm that is Jenkins. It may not be because he is going through turn 3. I'll get a number here in a second, but it did look like that was right in the same position with Jenkins as they start to come out of turn 3 again. We'll see and get a good look on that number. That actually is going to be the 82 machine.
Porsche 924.
Yeah, that's actually going to be Carl Fossler. That was a full-blood 4-tire lockup and got lucky there because he was in the battle with Andrew Ortiz in that 159 and the 3 of the Matty Vicola.
Yeah, indeed. And so we got a great battle popping up here for the lead in ITB. They just came out of turn 8 and underneath the bridge, Brian. And this is Scotty Holman in that bright yellow Mazda Protege sedan. And he's got the Mini Cooper of Alex Ratcliffe directly behind him. That's the Mini Cooper that Rich Roman took to the win in B-Spec last weekend at Watkins Glen, now putting in double duty as in ITB cars. Our leaders in ITS coming side by side into turn number 1, Chuck Bucheski and Steve Moeller. I'll
tell you what, Steve Moeller got a great run out of turn 10, was able to get up next to Chuck Bucheski as they started to go through turn 1. They're side by side. I tell you what, Greg, they're still side by side. Moeller looks like he's going to have the advantage going into turn 3, and he does. And now you've got the 31 there of Joel Gambino. Again, that's your ITA leader, but he's got to be careful because now he's got the one of Dan Freeman right on his back bumper.
Exactly. Freeman's there as Gambino hasn't been able to get around the 2 ITS drivers. The faster, more higher horsepower cars as they're coming down in the 1, but also joining the fight in ITA, Brian, that we have to watch now is the Toyota MR2 of Peter Doan, the green number 59, second-gen MR2, and we'll see them as they come rolling down the hill. He is now locked in right behind Freeman, and then directly behind him, we've got the white ITA number 41 Mazda Miata of David Lanning, and he is right there. So as Gambino just really has nowhere to go, he's got 3 other drivers now locked in right behind him.
Here they come out of turn 10 now, and again, Moeller starting to open up over Gambino and Bucheski. Again, that's ITS, ITA, ITS, and then ITA with Dan Freeman in there. And you're right, Greg. Peter Doan is starting to move up a little bit further back there. And then you've got David Lanning as they start to head into turn 1. Tell you what, the guy who's loving this the most is going past the start-finish line now, moved all the way up to 10th from starting dead last, and that's Jeffrey Lucas. If these front 4 cars between the ITS and the ITA continue to battle, that's only going to help Jeffrey Lucas here with 12 laps to go.
Well, it's pretty clear that Bucheski did not have a good run through the bottom half of the course, and he had and we saw Gambino get around him, and then Dan Freeman tried to fight his way around him going into turn 1 as well. So Bucheski starting to fall away from Moeller at the moment, as we just saw. Wow, it just looked like Jeff Lucas getting balked by an ITB car going into 3.
Yeah, you had Scotty Holman and Justin Shepard sitting there, and you had Jeffrey Lucas trying to get through. Both of them had to really get out of the throttle. Last time by, Jeffrey Lucas had the fastest time on the track in that lap, Greg. So he's starting to make some move. He's got to get around the Scotty Holman and the Justin Shepard machine.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's SSM, Showroom Stock Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Showroom Spec Miata, pardon me. Please start heading to the grid. SSM drivers, please start heading to the grid. And here is a big change, Brian, because Joel Gambino just got it all kinds of wrong at turn 10. He gathers the car back up, but loses a ton of momentum on the front straight, and that allows Dan Freeman now to take the lead in ITA. It allows Peter Doan in his MR2 to close things up there on the number 31 machine as well. But we've got a new leader in ITA.
I tell you what, that was a close one there for Joel Gambino as he went off in turn 10. And you're right, that's going to allow Daniel Freeman. He's going to lead ITA. What this has really done, Greg, is this has stretched out Steve Moeller now in the ITS to turn around and go all by himself and open up a huge lead over the next one. That's going to make it tough for Jeffrey Lucas to get that ITS machine up even further to compete for that battle.
All right, Andrew Ortiz in the white number 159 Honda Civic. He is on the pit lane as it stands, and he's now out of one of the pit stalls. We'll see what happens.
And I have the Porsche. Sorry, I have Carl Fossler just taking the right-hand turn just past the start-finish line. Looks like he was going to try to cut through. I don't know if he's taking the old go-kart track there where you make the right at the start-finish line and go up, but he's pulled all the way through. He missed the entrance into the back gate back here.
I think he's trying to park the car so that the corner workers at 3 can see him there. Instead of taking the back door. I'd hope he doesn't rejoin. Looks like Andrew Ortiz, he has now rejoined the fray in that white 159 ITB Civic as our overall leader, Steve Moeller, starting to close things down, about to put him down a lap.
Yeah, he came out right there, but now you got Moeller by about 2 car lengths back behind Ortiz. I'm sure that Ortiz is going to get completely out of the way as they head into turn 3, and he does. Tucks back in behind Moeller as best as he can, but then you've got Bucheski, you've got the 31 there of Joel Gambino, and then the 1 of David Freeman. They're going to be coming up on him as well. So by the time they get down to the chute until they get to turn 5, he's going to have to get completely out of the way. Jeffrey Lucas now going through turn 3 right now. He's moved all the way up to 6th place, Greg.
Yeah, so it looked like it took Joel Gambino all of 1 lap to recover from that off track, and he's gotten back around Dan Freeman. So dropped Freeman to 2nd in ITA, and that is 4th overall.
Well, he may have had a fly or something come in and land on his helmet, and so he just needed to get rid of the fly off the shield of the helmet. So
Exactly. As we now have just about 9.5 laps remaining here as our leaders, both in ITA and ITS, make their way into turn number 10. And Steve Moeller now has opened up. I mean, it almost looks like a redo of our SM race a few moments ago. Yeah. Steve Moeller now with almost a 35 car length advantage over Bucheski and Gambino. And Gambino, great draft off the Datsun coming out of turn 10. He drafts right on by Chuck Bucheski.
Yeah, I tell you what, able to get a good run, like you just said, out of turn 10. But now they're going to go side by side. Bucheski's going to get into the driver's right while Gambino tries to hit the apex there. Couldn't do it. Bucheski's there. Now you're going to put Bucheski all the way back up in front of him, and he's opened up about a car length and a half.
Yeah, it looked to me as though as Gambino maybe was a little late on the brakes, or it got further into the braking zone than he anticipated as he got the pass on Bucheski done very late. There we saw a little bit of brake lockup as he pushed wide and had to really fight to keep that car on course.
That darn fly went in and landed on that helmet again. Tell you what, update on Carl Fossler. He is out of the machine. He is back over the wall, standing at the turn 3, flag station. So that car will stay there until the end of this session.
All right, as we now have just 9 laps remaining here, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5, SSM. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 5, SSM drivers, please head to the grid. All right, so Dan Freeman now about 3 car lengths behind Joel Gambino as they come out of 10. Actually, let's make it closer to 6 car lengths behind, as I think Gambino's going to try and draft past Bucheski again going down into turn 1. We'll see if it turns out any differently. But, Brian, I don't know if with now with 8 laps remaining, if it's going to be enough. But Jeff Lucas, who started at the back of the field, he just sets fastest lap overall. He now was at the line 6th. He passes Peter Doan to move him up to 5th overall. And, I could see him certainly getting up to Chuck Bucheski. I don't know if he's going to get up to Moeller by the end of the race.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he'll get up to Bucheski, but I don't think he's going to get to Moeller. I think Moeller, with a clean track right now, is going to have, again, with that 128.2, and he's been running in those upper 127s, the low 128. It's going to be tough for Jeffrey Lucas to get there. But what he is going to get is to Chuck Bucheski, because he's continuing to fight with Joel Gambino, which is going to allow Dan Freeman to jump back in. So you could have a really, really good, tough battle here for ITA as we get later on in this race. As we're waiting for them to come out, here comes Moeller now. He's coming up out of turn 8, and then here comes the rest of it. Again, Joel Gambino, Chuck Bucheski, they are side by side right now coming up the hill underneath the bridge, heading over into turn 10, Greg, and it is going to be Gambino getting the great run. So now we put a car in between him and Daniel Freeman in that number 1 machine.
Yeah, and coming quickly is Jeff Lucas as he comes out of turn 10 now, maybe 20 car lengths behind those fights. Now, if we take a look back towards our ITB battles, we talked about Scotty Holman and Alex Ratcliffe with that great battle early on. Scotty Holman, who's probably got at least 15 horsepower on the Mini Cooper of Ratcliffe, has started to open things up. The gap now between that yellow Mazda Protege sedan and the red Mini, as they come down into turn 1, you'll see the third car in line is Scotty Holman's Protege. It's about, I'd say, about 15 car lengths as the red Mini now heads through as well, a little bit further back in the field. Things not so close. We'll have to take a look. Matty Vickola and Matt Small. Vickola in the red, white, and blue 2002. Matt Small in his Volkswagen Golf. We're having a good little fight here, Brian. And actually, they are now nose to tail as they cross the start-finish line to start their 9th lap, coming down into turn 1. But it looks like Vickola's 2002. It's got slightly more legs than that black Golf.
Yeah, just a little bit as they start to go into the center of turn 1 and coming out of turn 2. Matty Vickola opens it up by about another car length, Greg, over that 16 of Matt Small. Starting to come up there through. The next car in line is going to be that 77 of Dennis Jenkins. That's an ITS machine, but he's pulled away by about 20, 25 car lengths now. As Matty Vickola goes into turn 3, he opens it up even more over Matt Small.
Yeah, it looks like Small, and I don't remember, this may be Small's first race here at Summit Point. Just doesn't seem to be getting out of some of these corners very well, and that is going to be a challenge here for Vickola, who for so many years was a front-running car in ITB in that very strong 2002.
Just as we said that Volkswagen Golf of Matt Small, he moved right up on that back bumper of Matty Vickola going through turn 5, headed through the carousel. We'll see when they come out of turn 8 how close together they are. But Matt Small was right up on the back bumper. Here you can see it again, and they're even closer than they were before. It looks like he tried to make a move coming out of turn 8, didn't let it go all the way out. So we'll have to see what's going on there, Greg.
All right, as they come into turn 10. Now, one of the advantages that Golf has over the 2002, Brian, it's a much heavier car, obviously, but a much better braking package. And so he likely was able to make up a lot of ground going into turn number 5, as he's going to try and use the draft coming down the front straight now. And this is where you look, that Golf, he loses a tiny bit of ground to the 2002 on the front straight, cannot stay in the draft. But once again, look at that, Brian, as they come into turn 1, is able to make up anything that he loses and pulls right up to the back of the number 3 machine.
Yeah, Matt Small able to get through turns 1 and turn 2 a lot better. And you're right, Greg. That's where Matty Vickola can get back on that gas just a little bit sooner and pull away going through turn 3. But when they get through turn 3, it seems that's where that Golf starts to reel in a little bit more. And if we look through the chute here, going down into turn 5, we'll see how closer it is, as our overall leaders are getting a pretty good battle. And it looks like that Jeffrey Lucas now has moved around Daniel Freeman in that number 1, so he's going to look for Buczewski. But look on a turn 5 camera, there's Small, as he is closing right on the back of Matty Vickola.
There we go, and that is the battle for 4th, or probably the battle for 5th in ITB. But things are definitely heating up here, Brian, as they're coming down through the chute. This is going to be the fight for 2nd in ITS.
Yeah, I tell you what, Jeffrey Lucas, he's there. He is right on that back bumper of Chuck Buczewski as they go into turn 5. Give it about half a car length now as they get through. Daniel Freeman's going to drop back just a little bit as they get through the carousel and come up through turn 7 and up through into turn 8. We'll see them coming around right now. You can see just a little bit specks on your camera. There it is. Jeffrey Lucas is there, and trust me, they're not little specks when they get up next to you, but they are little specks way back there. Here they come out of turn 8, and I tell you what, Jeffrey Lucas, Greg, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't try to make a move coming down this front stretch here.
Yeah, well, he's obviously carrying a lot more pace right now than Buczewski. Last time by was almost 3 seconds faster here as they come onto the front straight. And Buczewski hasn't shown a lot of straight line speed, and I think now we see the silver 240Z of Lucas firmly ensconced in the draft there. He's going to pull right to the inside to driver's right. Dan Freeman's going to try and go along. They pulled out right at the 2nd access road, and Buczewski and Lucas are going to go side by side in the 1. And as they come out, Lucas comes right across the nose of the yellow 240Z. So move Jeff Lucas now up into 2nd position in ITS.
I tell you what, Daniel Freeman making that move to move drivers right with Lucas, that helped him. That helped him get that little bit of that arrow there and get a little bit extra push.
And it also
get through there.
And it also kept Buczewski from coming down in to defend.
Yep.
Because he found that Miata sitting right there off his flank.
Yep. Not much you can do. Tell you what, Greg, I'm going to drop back here just a little bit more as we go through, coming out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3 right now. That's David Lanning along with Justin Shepard right there. Move David Lanning up into 7th overall and move Justin Shepard back. They were side by side all the way through turns 1 and 2. It wasn't until you got to the short chute before they entered into turn 3 that Lanning was able to get by him. As they head down into turn 5 right now, move David Lanning up another position by about half a car length to a car length and a half over the 100 of Justin Shepard.
That's right, and that is the battle just off the podium in ITA. So Lanning now sitting 4th in class, Shepard 5th in class, and they've got quite a bit of clearance. They've got almost 6 seconds between them and Philip Rule, who is currently sitting in 6th.
Yeah, as our overall leader, Steve Moore now, he's got 3 laps left to go. He's coming down through the chute right now. I do believe that is going to be him coming through turn 5. Could be that is nope, that is not him. So he has moved already past turn 5. He should probably coming out of turn 8 right now and heading up the hill. So the next time by, our leader is going to end up being 2 laps to go. So we'll look for Steve Moore Steve Moeller as they come out of there. And I tell you what, Steve Moeller and I have more in common than actually people think.
Yes, you do.
We'll talk about that story later. But
every time somebody tells me to find a sport other than racing and that I should go bowling, well, there you go.
There it is.
All right, quick, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, waiting for Steve Moeller now to come across the start-finish line. He should be coming. I believe this may be him coming out of turn 10 now.
With headlights ablaze.
Yep.
Here, Brian. Headlights on for safety. The number 49 Mazda Miata of Steve Moeller starting the penultimate lap here. That means 2 to go, everybody. Here is quite a bit further back here. Jeff Lucas now cementing his lead over Chuck Bucheski. So Lucas now with a second place in ITS firmly in his grasp.
Yeah, and you know what, Greg? Let's drop back just a little bit. Scotty Holman is through the cutout here. Scotty Holman has pulled off near the back gate, getting a flat toe out of there. So that's going to be your ITB. That's going to be
that was your ITB leader.
Your ITB leader, yeah.
And yeah, so that's going to move Alex Ratcliffe and his Mini Cooper now up in the second. Rich Allen almost a half a minute in arrears, about 25 seconds back in his red number 44 Volkswagen Golf. John Kinberg in his BMW 2002 move him up into the podium paying positions in his 2002. He currently sits third.
Yeah, so that's a big change there. I didn't even see Holman there. It wasn't until we saw some of the emergency vehicles, our little flat toe machine, come through there. So, to pick up Scotty Holman through the cutout, take him through the back gate. We still got the Carl Fossler machine down there. They're going to try to get him hooked up and move him back out and do that so we don't have to waste a lot of time after this session is over.
All right, we haven't said much about Ryan Moran today because he is the only B-Spec driver currently on course. But Ryan, in the Mini Cooper hardtop convertible, currently running 13th overall in the number 8 machine. He's out of Lyndhurst, Virginia, as I believe now Steve Muller working his very last lap. As he came out of turn 2. He's making his way in towards turn number 3, coming up on the back of that number 77 machine of Dennis Jenkins, about to put Jenkins a lap down.
I'll tell you what, Greg, Jeffrey Lucas now is just now coming up through turn 3. So he has made up a ton of time, even on Steve Moeller, as Moeller now is headed down into turn 4. Your second car in this camera more than likely is going to be Jeffrey Lucas coming down the hill, getting ready to as well go into turn 5. So Moeller, while he's going to have some traffic, Greg, if you look on the camera, he's going to have somebody there in front. Unless they move over, we'll have to see the headlights because Moeller's got his headlights on, whether or not he's going to get around him, and he does. So that's going to give him some clear track all the way to the start-finish line.
All right, so our leader, Steve Muller, coming underneath the bridge, and we'll see him come onto the front straight here in just a moment. Here, and there he is, headlights still on, and Jeff Lucas quite a bit further back as Muller had just gotten around that number 77 machine and taking the win overall and in ITS. It is going to be Steve Muller. Coming across the line in second is going to be Jeff Lucas, as we saw just ahead of Lucas crossing the stripe. John Kinberg, who's going to take third in ITB. Chuck Bucheski will take the last step on the podium in ITS. Taking the win in ITA is Dan Freeman. Peter Doan in his Toyota MR2. He comes home in second. And I don't know if we saw this happen. Joel Gambino, he had that off at turn 10 earlier, worked his way back to the lead in ITA, but he finishes up in third, just ahead of David Lanning and Justin Shepard. And then finally, in ITB, taking the win, Alex Ratcliffe, the King Rat, is back. Rich Allen will finish second. John Kinberg will finish third with Matti Vikula and Matt Small rounding out your top 5. And lest us forget, Ryan Moran, our sole driver in B-Spec. And Ryan taking the win there, of course. All right, so let's take a quick little break here, gentlemen. And what we're going to do, and I know I said gentlemen because we have some guests up here in the booth with us. We're going to take a quick little break. But before we do that, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, although it looks like we got a full house here on the grid.
We do.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5, SSM. Please head to the grid if you haven't done so already. Your race is next. Race group 5, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so let's thank Brian, one of our great partners here with the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, one of our longtime and longest running partners of the SCCA, and I think their owner, Paul Marcone, is here racing here this weekend as well, and that is Radial Tire.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
And welcome back to Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got our largest group of the day. They're just getting ready to head out for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
All right, I tell you what, starting in 32nd from Ashburn, Virginia, the number 40 of John Grayer. Starting in the 31st from Culpeper, Virginia, his very first race weekend in the 86, that's Isaac Clark. Starting in 30th from McLean, Virginia, the 01 of James Smith. Starting in 29th from Woodbridge, Virginia, that's the 64 of Hector Garrido. Starting in the 28th position from Knoxville, Maryland, the number 96 of Patrick Sharkett. Starting in the 27th position from Mechanicsville, Virginia, the number 9 of Raymond Heath. Starting in 26th position from Baldwinsville, New York, the 29, and we saw this car out there earlier, Isaac Crandall. And starting in the 25th from Charlestown, West Virginia, the 39 of Jack Kellum. Starting in the 24th position from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, the 6 of James Roberts. Starting in the 23rd position from Leesburg, Virginia, the 24 of Steve Wolfson. Starting in the 22nd position also from Leesburg, Virginia, the 36 of Christopher Tilton. Starting in the 21st position from Sykesville, Maryland, the 04 of Adam Volatile. Starting in the 20th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the number 98 of Arif Kazim. Starting in the 19th position from Stroudsburg, Virginia, the 08 and another first-time racer, Miranda Price. Starting in the 18th position from Nokesville, Virginia, the 88 of Jay Bindrum. Starting in the 17th position from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania, the number 8 of Jordan Freeman. Starting in the 16th position from Fairfax, Virginia, the number 65 of Brooks Bouncy Hunt. Starting in the 15th position from Herndon, Virginia, in the 123, that's Caleb Hang 10 Crocker. Starting in the 14th position from Midlothian, Virginia, the number 91 of Scott Christak. Starting in 13th position from Weehawken, New Jersey, the 46 of Isaac Jordan. Starting in 12th position from Sykesville, Maryland, the number 58 of Jack Murchison. Starting in the 11th position from Silver Spring, Maryland, the 67 of Nathan Lucas. Starting in the 10th position, and we saw this driver earlier, from Herndon, Virginia, the number 89 of Jamison Huffman. Starting in the 9th position from Midlothian, Virginia, the number 10 of Ben Jones. Starting in the 8th position from Great Falls, Virginia, the number 66 of Kevin Kopp. Starting in the 7th position from Warrenton, Virginia, the number 1 of David Beigert. Starting in the 6th position from Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, your winner in our SM, the number 63 of John Hotz. Starting in 5th position from Winchester, Virginia, the number 14 of Andy O'Brien. Starting in the 4th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 32 of Scott Kartingman O'Rourke. Starting in the 3rd position from Leesburg, Virginia, and it's good to have this driver back, Greg, the 42 of Jonathan Evans. Starting on your front row from Baltimore, Maryland, starting in the 2nd position, the 06 of Neil O'Rourke, and starting on your pole with a time 128.726 from Dayton, Maryland, the number 15 of Ryan Maloney.
And Maloney's got a bit of a streak running here as well. Of course, he took the win, I think, both days at New Jersey Motorsports Park at the Lightning Circuit.
Yes.
And have to double check, but I think he took at least one of the 2 wins at the April MARRS as well. I have to go back, and now I've got to pull that back up because I'm
probably
curious.
hit a good point. New Jersey was one of those races because he ran away
both
with
days,
everybody.
just completely walked the field. Yeah.
So, and he also at New Jersey, not only did he tax the field there at New Jersey on the Lightning, him and David Stern, a former SSM driver, they won the karting event.
Did they really?
The 2-hour endurance karting event, which paid 20% back to the winner, which I think it was like $1,100 those two got between the both of them after their entry fee, so gave them about $700 windfall there. So, again, congratulations both to Ryan and to David. Looks like they had some serious mix-up during the middle of that race. Frank Taberzi was in that race. As I said, Scott Karting O'Rourke started the race, didn't finish, decided that after they had a complete restart of the whole entire race, as our field comes up out of turn 8 and turn 10, he decided to pass it off to Deacon Greenfield because he did not want to get back in that car. Welcome to my world, Scott.
There we go. And so he left Deacon Greenfield to take all the glory. There you go.
Yes.
All right, here as we've got the field now coming underneath the bridge. Pace car now on the pit lane, and that is going to turn the field over to Ryan Maloney in the blue number 15. We've got the green number 06 of Neil O'Rourke directly to his left on the outside. And there we go. Green flag is in the air, and we have a race here as they start to make their way down towards turn 1. No advantage to the inside lane or the outside lane, Brian, as they barrel down to the 500-foot mark, getting onto the brakes. We've got a couple cars a little bit further back trying to shoot the gap to go up the center. But as they come through turn number 1, it is still a dead heat as we've got Maloney in that blue number 15 machine. He now looks as though he might have been shuffled back in the third, Brian, as we've got the O'Rourke machine taking the point going into 3.
And then you've got Scott O'Rourke. He's going to move up to second. Ryan Maloney's going to drop back to third. Then you've got Jonathan Evans sitting in fourth, and then John Hott's fifth. And then you got a little bit further back to the 14 of Andy O'Brien. Andy O'Brien's been working with Ryan Maloney off and on here the last couple of weeks to try to get that car battled or straightened back out. And now as we come back through turn 4 and turn 5, it is still Neil O'Rourke over Scott O'Rourke. Then throw Jonathan Evans in third, John Hott's in fourth. As they go through the carousel, they'll be coming through 6 and 7 right now, getting ready to come up to turn 8. We'll see whether or not the O'Rourkes can sit there and go nose to tail and pull away.
All right, as they make their way through the carousel, now out of turn 8, starting to come up the hill, it is still Neil O'Rourke in the green 06, Scott O'Rourke in the yellow 32, then Ryan Maloney, your pole sitter, in the blue 15, very closely behind John Hotz. Andy O'Brien very close behind as well as they come onto the front straight. And there you go, the 15 machine locking in right behind the the 32 of O'Rourke, and then Evans in the white 42 directly behind, as Maloney now going down the inside, trying to take over second position from Scott O'Rourke. Let's see if he can get it done.
Tell you what, Ryan Maloney's going to have help from either John Hotz or Jonathan Evans if they want to get by the O'Rourkes. The O'Rourkes are going to stick together as close as they can. Neil O'Rourke now, Greg, is going to open up by about a car length and a half over Ryan Maloney. Drop Scott O'Rourke back. Now Andy O'Brien gets ahead of the 42 of Jonathan Evans as they go up through turn 3. That's the only saving grace Ryan Maloney's going to be able to have, I think, is those two cars. They've got to get nose to tail and work if they want to get past these two O'Rourkes and John Hotz.
There you go. And exactly, John Hotz just kind of sitting there biding his time as O'Brien and Evans fight things out. Kevin Kopp in the 66 machine looking for a way by Hotz. He was about a half a car length back. They came in the 3. David Biegert in the number 1 machine, not far behind.
As our chat room, Mike Collins says he's back. He's looking for the O'Rourkes. Remember, they were all teammates at one point in time. You're right, Mike. I think those two are going to work together as nose to tail as much as they can. But now you've got Ryan Maloney. He's going to get in between Scott O'Rourke and Neil O'Rourke. And now it looks like Ryan Maloney and Neil O'Rourke, they're going to start to work together and nose out. They've got about a 4.5 car length lead over Scott O'Rourke. He's kind of on an island by himself right now, Greg, as they come out of turn 10. Then you've got Jonathan Evans and Andy O'Brien. Now throw in John Hotz. He's going to sit there in 5th, and then you've got Kevin Kopp. That could be the man or the driver that could end up having a whole say here.
All right, as our leaders now heading down into 1, a little bit further back. It looks like we had Ben Jones poke to the inside on David Biegert in the battle for 9th. David Lucas, or probably not David Lucas. Let's try that again. Nathan Lucas, who started 11th, he is now up into 9th position as we've got a driver who got run to the inside, practically run to the ditch coming out of the apex of turn number 2, and I think that was Nathan Lucas in the 67 machine.
Now, that was actually the 42 of Jonathan Evans. Got behind Scott O'Rourke and really moved all the way over to driver's right coming out of turn 2 and really had to get back and do a little bit of an evasive action there to try to get back on his rear bumper. Like we may have had one car went off.
And he's just come out of the gravel trap, Brian, one of the white machines. He'll be coming out from behind turn 2 right now. We'll get the number of that car in just a moment.
We'll wait for him. Our leader's now going in through turn 4, and I believe that is going to be the Isaac Clark. So that is a new driver here. Just got his novice permit at Pitt a couple weeks ago. So again, still learning this track. Was never been on it. So again, getting in there a little bit hot going around. Here comes our leaders now, Greg. And I tell you what, our front 2 with Ryan Maloney and Neil O'Rourke, they're starting to open it up. But here comes the 42, Jonathan Evans. He's going to go side by side with Scott O'Rourke as they cross the start-finish line. And then you got to go another 4 car lengths back. You've got Kevin Kopp, Andy O'Brien. They're side by side as well. That is for 3rd and 4th and 5th, battling it out, Greg. That's only going to allow our leaders to continue to keep moving forward.
All right, so Kevin Kopp now gets around Andy O'Brien to move him up in the 5th position. And we saw there coming down the front straight, Brian, that Ryan Maloney starting to peek a little bit to the inside, just showing the slightest bit of the nose as they came down the front straight. Maybe telegraphing something to our leader, Neil O'Rourke, maybe not, maybe just trying to get a glimmer of cool air into the radiator here as he's been drafting and sitting right off the bumpers. We've got another car that's off at turn number 1, and looks like we had a couple of cars that might have been involved there, one slower car trying to find his way. And by the way, here's an interesting development here, Brian, as the 63 machine of John Hotz brings his car back to the paddock.
Oh, that's not good. He must have a problem. I know he was having a little bit of problems earlier. So the the green car there, I think that was the 39 machine. That was one of the ones involved down there into turn 1. That is Jack Kellum. And
yeah,
then you also have, I think that was you still had Isaac Clark is battling up, and I think that may have been.
And the word I heard is indeed the 29 of Isaac Crandall and Ray Seabird Heath in the 9 went off. So the only thing we're missing is the 19 in that little thing. Is we had the 39, the 29, and the 9 all have a little bit of excitement at 1. Is that dust and dirt still in the air?
I tell you what, Greg, a good battle on the racetrack is between Jamison Huffman and Ben Jones. They're going to go side by side. Jamison Huffman has been all over the back bumper, and then as well as the 58, Jack Murchison. They come through turns 1. Again, Jamison Huffman's been working on the back bumper of Ben Jones for the last couple of laps here. Now he finally gets by him, so he's going to start to move up to the 1 of David Beigert. But I tell you what, Ben Jones and Jack Murchison, that battle's not done either.
Yeah, now, of course, we saw Jamison Huffman a little bit earlier today as he took the win in Formula Enterprises 2, jumps into the tin top car, and again, great battle there. That is for 9th overall in SSM. Should also mention, and I figure we'll I'm not big on giving shout-outs, Brian, but also in the field, currently running in, I believe, 16th position, driving the number 8 machine, Jordan Fuhrman, out of Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. I would strongly recommend that you go find his YouTube channel, which I believe is @Jordi, JORDIFU. And he has got some very interesting takes on his races here in SSM over the last 2 seasons. He just released the one from the April MARRS yesterday. So perfect timing for that. Again, that's Jordi Fu on YouTube.
We all watched that video last night, and I tell you what, I don't think I've laughed so hard in 50-some years. But I tell you what, Greg, let's drop back. Now Jamison Huffman's going to go side by side with David Beigert, and then now you got Murchison. He's going to go side by side with Ben Jones there. So again, those 4 cars are battling for position, and each one of them was side by side going. What that's going to allow is that's actually allowing Andy O'Brien and the rest of our front 6 or 7 cars to open up a little bit more to get a little compact. Scott O'Rourke with 2 wheels off going through 3. Greg?
All right, Brian. So as we've got now 10 laps remaining here in our SSM race, let's make our first call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 and Spec Racer Ford. Please start heading to the grid. Race Group 6, Spec Racer Ford and Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. And actually, I think it's all Spec Racer Ford Gen 3s this weekend.
A couple of our remaining cars. Here comes our lead group now. They should be getting ready to come up underneath the bridge. Here they come now. Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney. I tell you what, Greg, that's going to be the battle here towards the end of this race. If they've opened I'd say about a 15-car length lead over the 42 of Jonathan Evans, and then he's opened up probably about another 10-car length lead to the 32 of Scott O'Rourke, Kevin Kopp, and now throw in Nathan Lucas as Andy O'Brien starts to fall back.
All right, so that last time by, Ryan Maloney sets the fastest lap of the race. Oddly, since he's pinned to the bumper of Neil O'Rourke, he still managed to be almost a 1/10 of a second faster. I don't know how he did that, but there you go. And this fight continues on, and now we find John Evans having lost Scott O'Rourke now all by himself in 3rd position. But Scott O'Rourke, he's now in that battle for 4th. He's got to deal with Kevin Kopp and Nate Lucas, who now finds himself up in 6th position. Lucas, who started 11th today. Great run for him.
Yeah, moving on up, got through some of that traffic, and again, all that happens in this division here. You end up with side-by-side racing. That will just throw you right up front of there if you're by yourself, because side-by-side, it's like a huge parachute. If you've ever been on 95 and you're driving and you get two trucks, two 18-wheelers on the side of you, and you try to go in between them, obviously you're going to feel that wind. That's what these things are all about. These are one of the you've got to have so much momentum for these cars based off the engine packages that these cars have. It's unbelievable. Here comes our leaders now. Again, Ryan Maloney. And I think, Greg, Ryan Maloney's just content to sit right there. We'll see whether or not he can get Neil O'Rourke to make a mistake. I don't think you're going to get Neil O'Rourke to make a mistake. Very seldom do you see Neil make a mistake out there, especially for the lead.
All right, so it looks like Kevin Kopp moving over to driver's right to defend against Nate Lucas. Lucas trying to get the draft off of Scott O'Rourke as they barrel down now into turn at number 1. And we've got Andy O'Brien in that number 14 machine very close behind as well. And we'll see how things play as they come out, as it looks like, looks like John Evans taking a little bit dirt there over at the apex of 2. And it is, again, looking at the 66 machine, managing to hold off the 67 as they come now down into turn number 3. And looks like Jamison Huffman starting to pick up in that battle as well.
Yeah, starting to pull a little bit away from that Bygert Murchison and Ben Jones battle. So he's got about a 2-car length lead as they'll be coming through the chute right here. You can see Huffman leading by about 2.5 car lengths as they get into the braking zone right now. David Bygert and Jack Murchison along with Ben Jones. Tell you what, Ben Jones has really been propelling himself and really working hard, especially getting into turn 5, not to overdrive that car, to make that car so tight. And it's really showing this year with Ben. He's really made that extra step and becoming jump. A top 10 car.
All right, as our leaders come out of 10, they're coming up on some slower traffic. And actually, just as they were getting past the apex, both Neil O'Rourke and Ryan Maloney come up right onto the back of, I believe that was the 40 machine
of
Grayor. Yeah, exactly.
I tell you what, Greg, Ryan Maloney did a fantastic job of not pulling out and making that move to try to go past Grayor too soon, because that would have allowed Neil O'Rourke to move even further ahead of him and break a little bit of that draft. So, again, he got right on that back bumper before he made that move, and at that point, all he did was he slowed Neil O'Rourke down to make that pass and was able to stay right there on that back bumper.
All right, as we are now working lap number 9 of 15. Not many left to go here.
As we look at the Jamison Huffman and David Bygert, I tell you what, Bygert is starting to move forward just a little bit. Gets a little bit loose there out of turn 3, so that's going to allow Huffman to move just a little bit further. Bygert got that right rear right on the rumble strips there, and it upset the car just a little bit. So whatever gains that Huffman had made in the 89 machine, he's fallen back into the clutches of that other driver as they come down into turn 5 now. As our leaders coming out of turn 8, making their way underneath the bridge. And once again, we are looking at a very patient Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 machine. He just seems very content to sit right back behind the 06 of Neil O'Rourke, maintaining that about a quarter of a car length gap. He's able to draft right back up. Now he takes a look to the inside. He was hesitant for a second, Brian. Maybe tried to fake out the 06 machine, but he comes down deep into turn 1, and as they come out of turn number 2, he can't cut across the nose of the 06, and they are side by side making their way down to turn number 3. Tell you what, they're still side by side now. Ryan Maloney going to tuck back into Neil O'Rourke as they head up into turn 3, but you're right, Neil O'Rourke with that great over-under move, and able to get off turn 2, I think is a little bit better than Ryan Maloney right there. I think Maloney is better, obviously, through the carousel. We have one car that may have gone off a little bit. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like anybody's down there. Looks like they just went 2 wheels, drivers left off and continued.
And Brian, as we saw there, Maloney made the slight little move to the right. He tucked in behind, and then at about the 500 mark, he decided he was going to go for the move. And I think what ended up happening is he ended up making that move so late. He was, and we saw this earlier in the last race where Gambino did the same thing against Chuck Pucheski's Datsun. Is he just ended up too far deep into the braking
Yeah.
zone, was not able to get the car rotated, and just opened up the advantage there for the O'Rourke car, the green car, to go back by. They are once again nose to tail, coming up on some slower traffic again. They've got the 86 machine directly ahead of them. That's Isaac Clark. We'll see what happens as they come into one, as this time
Greg,
down
we got
into
a,
turn
sorry,
one,
I didn't mean to
Maloney.
interrupt you. We've got a waving yellow down there,
Yes.
right as our leaders and Isaac Clark got there. I don't see a car down there, so I'm not sure why the waving yellow was heading out. I do see that our one of our emergency crews are headed down that way through the back gate, so I'm not sure if they're going to bring a car. But now you've, you know what? That was for the Jack Kellum 39 machine that spun down there and then was able to continue because our leaders just came up on the back of Jack Kellum going through turn 3. So Kellum spins again for the second time during this race, and then our leaders ending up having to go through. As you look through turns 4 and 5 right now, you see Neil O'Rourke having to get on the brakes a little bit harder, locked up that right front, able to continue, but Ryan Maloney's still right on that back bumper, Greg.
All right, getting word from the corners that Jack Murchison in the number 58 machine, currently running 9th, got into the back of the 1 machine. And the 1 machine, I'm checking to see if that's the 1 or the 0-1, if it was the 0-1 of James Smith.
Well, David
no, it was the 1 of Biegert.
Yeah.
And Biegert has now dropped back a number of positions in that fight. Again, that was the fight, I believe, for 9th position.
Tell you what, another battle that's going on, and we talked about them earlier with Brooks Hunt and Caleb Crocker. They're still nose to tail as well. Again, that's for 14th and 15th. Those guys haven't left each other at all, as it looks like Jonathan Evans now, he's going around the 39 of Kellum and along with the 86 of Isaac Clark.
All right, and we've got coming through turn 2, we've got Ryan Maloney attempting that pass for the lead once again. And for the second time, Neil O'Rourke is able to hold him off at the pass. Coming into turn number 3, the green 06 machine maintains the lead. So Ryan Maloney, he's able to stick in the draft with our leader for the moment. Just can't find his way by as we've got 4 laps to go. Brian, let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Tell you what, Greg, last time by in turn 3, Kevin Kopp, Nathan Lucas, they're going to get by Scott O'Rourke. Scott O'Rourke went way wide in turn 3, sitting there going up into getting his right side tires past the rumble strip, and then ended up having both of them go by. Looks like we got some dirt being kicked up there coming out of turn 8, and it looks like we've got a bunch of dirt that may be on the racing surface there, right at exit.
And Brian, I'm trying to get word on the car number, but we've got a car off in the grass, driver's left, past the turn 9 flag station, right where our camera is, missing a wheel.
Huh.
And I think, and again, we'll try and get the number on that car in just a moment as our leaders are coming into 2.
Tell you what, here they come, and we're going to have to wait and see whether or not they are able to. Ryan Maloney is going to be able to get by Neil O'Rourke. It doesn't look like he's going to with 3 laps to go. He's going to be content to sit through there. Had to go through a couple lap traffic. But I tell you what, Greg, looking back a little bit further, there's a gaggle of cars because now you've got the 14 of, it looks like Andy O'Brien maybe. Well, you got Jack Kellum in the 39 car. Then you got the 86 of Isaac Clark. They're holding up Kevin Kopp and Nathan Lucas, and it's going to be a battle down there. Isaac Clark's going to get a past Kellum as he moves all the way driver's left. But Kopp and Lucas, they have nowhere to go.
And Kopp tried to come underneath all of them going into turn 3. Was hugging the curb, driver's left as they came to the apex, and just had to stand on the binders. As we just saw there, coming through turn 5, we've got all drivers racing for position, just not on the same lap. As our leaders are now coming underneath coming out of turn 8, going underneath the bridge, and when they cross the start-finish line, it will be 2 to go. Great battle just ahead of them. With the 29 and the 64 machine, as our leaders now coming across start finish, and time is running out for Ryan Maloney in that blue number 15 machine. He's tried twice to go by. He's pulling into the inside. once again, but he's not far enough in line. He's going to have to get on the brakes really late, Brian, to make this charge.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to make this stick, but you're right, Greg. He's going to come up on the 29 machine of I believe that is Isaac, forgot his last name.
Isaac Crandall.
Isaac Crandall. And I tell you what, and Hector Garrido, they're going to catch them with about a lap to go here as they're all four now coming up through turn 3. And Ryan Maloney's the furthest back he's been all race long, coming through turn 3, which was about a car length back. I'm going to drop back just a little bit more. Check out this Kevin Kopp. Nathan Lucas now throws Scott O'Rourke back in the machine, and about 2 car lengths back as a 14 of Andy O'Brien as they start to head up into turn 3 and down the chute to turn 4.
All right, so we got one more lap, and it looks like a driver off the pace, sticking off the line here, coming down the front straight. This is the number 88 machine, Jay Bindrum, currently running 19th, and he may pull into the crossover road here and end his day, and he does with 1 lap remaining. As our leaders, let's pick them up. They're coming up the hill out of turn 8 right now, Brian, as they're coming underneath the bridge for the very last time, and as they are, probably they'll get the 1 to go this time by, pardon me, not the last time, the second to last time, and they do have a lot of traffic directly ahead of them. They've got the 64 machine directly ahead, as Neil O'Rourke has perhaps his largest lead of the day, about 2.5 car lengths, as they are barreling down to the 400-foot mark coming into turn number 1. They've got that 64 machine just to the inside. They clear them, but it is Neil O'Rourke as they go through turn 1. He's got the clear advantage here, but again, a lot more traffic. There are 3 cars directly ahead of our leaders.
Tell you what, you're going to have Isaac Crandall, you're going to have Ray Seabird there, and now Neil O'Rourke, he's going to get around the 40 machine. Whether or not where he's going to hit them, Ryan Maloney is about a car length and a half back, just as you said, Greg, the furthest he's been back. As we get down this chute, you're going to see the 9 of Raymond Heath right there, and now we're going to have to determine how O'Rourke is going to get by both of those with Isaac Crandall there sitting there. Now you got side by side with Maloney and O'Rourke as they head through turn 5. We'll see how it pans out through the carousel, but I tell you what, it's going to be a battle. They're going to have to figure out how to get out of that way.
It is, Brian, and we saw the flaggers at turn 5 vigorously waving that blue flag to let the slower cars know that our leaders are coming through, but they came into turn 5 battling for position side by side, and now they're coming out of the carousel and up the hill. And it looks like Neil O'Rourke, he's now opened up a 3-car length advantage over Ryan Maloney as they come underneath the bridge, having only cleared 1 of those slower cars. And Ryan Maloney gets balked by some slower traffic. Neil O'Rourke with the advantage coming out of turn 10. And as they come to the checkered flag, taking the win in SSM, it is going to be Neil O'Rourke out of Baltimore, Maryland. Ryan Maloney, our pole sitter, will finish second. And in the battle now for third in SSM, pardon me, John Evans coming home in third and taking home 4th position. It's going to be Kevin Kopp in the 66 machine. He manages to hold off Nate Lucas at the line with Scott O'Rourke, who was up as high as 3rd today, as high as 2nd today, coming home in 6th. Andy O'Brien will finish 7th. Jamison Huffman works his way up into 8th position. Great run for Jamison, who started in 10th. He made up a position there. Jack Murchison will finish in 9th. Ben Jones in the number 10 car. He finishes in 10th. Whoo!
It's hot in here now, boys. It's 90 degrees up here.
Oh my gosh, yeah. So welcome to the. I guess we're going to have to talk to Edwin. Welcome to the Bill Scott Memorial. Not really air conditioned, although has a brand new air conditioner.
For some reason, it's not working anymore.
Here at Summit Point Raceway. Oh my, oh my. But what a great finish there as our leaders had to work their way through traffic. Congratulations to Neil O'Rourke, who takes the win in SSM. All right, so Brian, let's take another quick break. When we come back, actually, before we do, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Race group number 6, please start heading to the grid. And Brian, as I mentioned, we had a car that went off and lost a wheel. It's going to take a few minutes to get it cleaned up. I'm just going to make an estimate right now that it'll probably be about 10 minutes or so. Don't take my word. I'm certainly I'm not the voice of reason, and I have trouble telling time, so don't take my word for it. But, before we take a break, if you like what you're seeing today, if you like what you're hearing, please go ahead, smash, demolish, jump on, I don't know, do a headbutt against the thumbs up button here, and go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region if you haven't done so already, so you can find out all the times we go live. We bring you all the events here from Summit Point, also from New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Washington, D.C. region, as well as the South Jersey region of the SCCA.
I think it's click that like button, smash that subscribe button, and pound that notification button.
Well, Morgan Burkhardt always says something about demolishing, so I don't know where that comes in. But tell you what, Brian, let's take a quick break, and as we do, we're going to thank, again, our title sponsor, bringing you the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. Oddly enough, it's RP Performance. We'll be right back.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com. Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at some point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway and the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance. Again, we want to thank RP Performance here celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Washington, D.C. region SCCA, generously providing a free entry fee to the 75th Racer Registered, providing gifts to the first 75 people who came through registration yesterday, and, of course, as we mentioned, donating the worker lunches today as well, lunches for all of our volunteers. So thank you again to Brett DePedro and Sissy Connolly over at RP Performance. Brian, next up, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Let's take a look at the starting grid.
All right. Starting 21st from Huntington, New York, the 17 of John Dole. Starting in 20th from Millersville, Maryland, the 31 of Bruce Kuminga. Starting in 19th from Washington, D.C., the number 30 of Mac Harrison. Starting in 18th position from Columbia, Maryland, the 14 of Kevin Silbert. Starting in the 17th position from Pine Mountain, Georgia, the 45 of Kurt Dowis. Starting in the 16th position from Winchester, Virginia, in the 06 of John Brumber. Starting in the 15th position from Vienna, Virginia, 41's Philip Ackley. Starting in the 14th position from Baltimore, Maryland, the 25 of Aaron Meisner. Starting in 13th position from Littleton, Pennsylvania, the number 3 of Mark J. Welding. Starting in 12th position from Delmont, Pennsylvania, the 87 of John Ryan. Starting in the 11th position from Frederick, Maryland, Eric Prepsius. Starting in the 10th position from Westchester, Pennsylvania, the number 5 of Mike Kosuth. Starting in the 9th position from Annapolis, Maryland, the number 7 of Keith Frazier. Starting in the 8th position, the number 13 from Leonardtown, Maryland, that's Andrew Waldorf. Starting in the 7th position from New York, New York, the 57 of Donald Privet. Starting in the 6th position from Staunton, Virginia, the number 11 of Jisoo Kim. Starting in 5th position from Sherwood Forest, Maryland, the number 20 of Kevin Elon. Starting in the 4th position from Chesapeake, Virginia, the number 74 of Joe Blanks. Starting in the 3rd position from Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, the 39 of Michael Amy. Starting on your front row and starting in 2nd position from Charlestown, West Virginia, and the number 38, that's Morgan Burkhart. And starting on your pole with a time of 120.204 from Boyds, Maryland, the number 55 of Sam Schechter. So I was going to say, that is your starting lineup, Greg.
That's our starting lineup here as the field making their way around. And Brian, beautiful pace car for this field. That is Tom McLeod's MGA. And just beautiful example of one of these older MG Roadsters here, open top cars, and leading the Spec Racer Ford field around. And we'll be going racing here in just a moment. Should mention that as the lights are now out on the pace car, and I think that's more of like a Lucas Electrics issue than anything else. British car joke there. John Dole, Bruce Kuminga, Mac Harrison, they were out for qualifying. They all lost their qualifying times for various reasons. Dole was underweight when he went through tech, and apparently Mac Harrison, Bruce Kuminga did not go to tech when there was an impound all after the first session. As it looks as though, and we'll see if that camera comes back, we may have just lost our turn 5 camera. Hopefully it will make it through the rest of the day. We'll see here. It looks as though it may still be up and running, but we'll know momentarily if it's gone, as we have a green flag and racing is underway here at Summit Point Raceway, Brian, as our front row heading down towards turn number 1. Morgan Burkhart, Sam Schechter, and now moving to the inside, Mike Amy in that blue and yellow number 39 machine, the machine that Morgan Burkhart used to win a few races here back at the April MARRS.
Tell you what, 2 teammates right there going to go side by side coming out of there along with Sam Schechter. Sam Schechter now and Morgan Burkhart, they're going to go side by side. Morgan Burkhart, he's going to end up getting a little bit ahead of 55 of Sam Schechter as they head through turn 3. So give Morgan Burkhart the lead. A couple cars going off a little bit, and now you've got to throw in Michael Amy. He's going to be your 3rd place car right now, Greg.
All right, and we apologize. It looks as though just at the inopportune time, our turn 5 camera has decided to call it a day. More of a Miata lover than a Spec Racer Ford lover originally, and perhaps didn't like my joke about Lucas Electrics.
Yeah, exactly,
I don't know.
right? So he turned off.
As our leaders now making their way through the carousel and coming out of turn number 8 for the very first time and starting to head up the hill. Is it going to be Burkhart? Is it going to be Sam Schechter in that light blue 55? And I think it's Burkhart there at the point as they come out of turn number 10 for the very first time. Morgan Burkhart in the number 38 machine. He is your leader The lighter blue, number 55, running second. Mike Amy sitting in third. In the blue and gold, number 39, Kevin Elliott. Great to see Kevin back. Kevin got his start here in the DC region, racing Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. He's been away for a little while. He has the number 20 machine up in the fourth. Jisoo Kim in the white number 11, or probably the yellow number 11, sitting in fifth.
Yeah, see, going back to 2022 when it was white, now it's yellow, and now it's
So
kind of gets you. So, but Morgan Burkhardt leading by about a car length and a half over Sam Schechter. We've seen these two battle many times here. I know Morgan doesn't have a lot of time in the seat of an SRF, but I tell you what, the last couple times that he has raced here, you have seen him and Sam Schechter going through and battling it out as they start to head down through the carousel, and they should be coming up around turn 5 right about now, and then they should be getting into our 6, 7, and turns 8. You can look at our turn 8 camera, and in the bottom left-hand corner sideways, you can see here they come out of turn 7 through turn 8 now, getting ready to come up the hill out of turn 9, and Morgan Burkhardt's opening up by about, I'm going to say, 3.5 SRF car lengths, Greg, over Sam Schechter, and then you've got to drop back to Michael Amy. That's about 7 car lengths. So there's a little bit of a gap between first and second, and then third, fourth, and fifth, all the way back to Jisoo Kim in fifth. Throw, let's see, the number 74, that's going to be Joe Blanks. That's going to be your 6th position, and then Donald Privet in 7th. The 13 there of Andrew Waldorf. And we saw Andrew Waldorf earlier today
in the bracket,
bracket have a little bit of trouble and then pulled off. So he is starting to get that car back underneath them. So hopefully they didn't have to make too many repairs, but Andrew Waldorf back out. He's sitting in 8th. Mac Harrison now, after starting all the way in the back, Greg, he's all the way up into 9th.
9th position. Yeah, great run so far early on for him. So we were talking early on here, Brian, about Burkhardt's test day yesterday, where he was I think close to 0.6 of a second under the track record in 2 different machines, both the 38 machine that he's racing right now as well as the 39 machine that Mike Amy is racing. And so we'll see how things play out. But for the moment, Sam Schechter is your fastest racer on track, about 2 seconds off of that track record.
Yeah, we'll have to see as they start to get nose to tail here. I think Schechter, again, is going to be content to just sit back there right now. They're starting to pull away as they come up out of turn 8 from Michael Amy and Kevin Elan, along with Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks. So they've opened up about a 15-car length lead, but Morgan has opened up, I'm going to say, the biggest lead he's had right now, Greg, through the first couple of laps here. Morgan Burkhardt, that time by, he sets the fastest time at a 120.968. So as this race goes on, we'll see whether or not any tire degradation starts to happen. We got a great battle back here a little bit further with the 25 machine. That's Aaron Meisner, Mark J. Wendling, along with the 31 of Bruce Kaminga. Greg, they're not 2 wide. They're 3 wide, and they are still 3 wide heading down into turn 1. Looks like Kaminga's going to think better of it. He's going to get out and go under Aaron Meisner. We'll see whether or not Meisner and Kaminga can get by Welding as they come out of turn 2, but it looks like Welding had the preferred line there. Also had a little bit more center speed going through here, but now Aaron Meisner is going to make the pass going into turn 3. So where Mark J. Wendling had the speed in the corner of turn 1 and 2, Meisner had it coming out of turn 2 and get the straight line. Yep.
Absolutely. And so we also had John Ryan in the white number 87 machine. He was sitting right behind those 3. Talk about having nowhere to go. Unless that car was all of about 4 inches wide, he was destined to stay in that position. He finds himself now sitting back in 15th position. And as our leaders are coming out of turn 10 now, Burkhardt's starting to stretch out a bit of an advantage here over Sam Schechter. Now at the gap about 7 car lengths as Burkhardt now turns a 120.9. And so that is, it's getting a little bit closer to that track record. The track record, a 119.53.
Yeah, as Sam Schechter starts to put a little bit of pressure on there. I know he wasn't, that much faster. If you look at your time in scoring, he was 5/1,000ths of a second faster. That's nothing.
That's nothing.
That's literally a rock. A little bit faster than that. As those guys start to battle each other, those times, I don't believe they're going to get there. It's getting a lot hotter out here. It's a lot windier than it is most of all of today. That does affect these cars, especially these open cars that they have. The wind is going to affect it a little bit.
Yeah. So part of the thing is I keep going back to Morgan Burkhardt. One of the things that they were working on yesterday, and Burkhardt is looking to possibly campaign his F production Honda CRX, which still isn't ready to go, as well as Spec Racer Fords at the runoffs this year, is he's looking for a way in the challenge that he has had with that Spec Racer Ford is getting heat in the tires and making that first lap or first 2 laps a little less evil behind the wheels. And he and Mike Amy were working on that, and that's why he was in 2 different cars yesterday, that they think they may have found a solution with some creative camber changes. Apparently, they had a lot of conversations with Russ Turner, Charles Russell Turner, who was up at Watkins Glen this past weekend out of the Washington, D.C. region, primarily only runs national races or majors and Super Tour races. That the last couple events, for example, at the Super Tour Watkins Glen this past weekend, took a win over his teammate by somewhere close to 15 seconds. And a lot of it had to do with how he was able to break away from the rest of the field on the first laps. And so, we've seen, where Burkhardt has at least been able, he hasn't been fighting the car or hadn't fought the car for the first couple of laps, but he also hasn't been able to break away from Sam Schechter. The other part of it is if they were able to dial in so that the car would be strong at the outset of a race, they also needed it to, of course, be there towards the end of the race. And the last time by, working lap number 5, Sam Schechter about a tenth of a second faster than our leader Burkhardt. Real quick, Brian, as we've got 10 laps remaining, let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid. Big Bore drivers, that's American Sedan, GT 1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITR, SPO, STU, Touring 1, Touring 2, and Touring 3. Race group number 7, Big Bore. Please start heading to the grid.
Greg, last time by, Sam Schechter was 0.3 faster than Morgan Burkhardt. Morgan Burkhardt running a 1:21 flat. Sam Schechter runs the fastest lap of the race at a 1:20.7. They are nose to gearbox right now as they head down into turn 5. I know you can't see it on your camera, but as they come through, if you could see it, they would be, trust me, nose to gearbox right there. When they come back out of the carousel and start to head up through turn 8, you're going to see Sam Schechter going to be right on that back gearbox of Morgan Burkhardt, because Sam Schechter is getting a little bit faster as the laps go on. Here they come out of turn 7, basically, and up the hill out of 9. And you can see that Morgan Burkhardt now, he's only got about a car length lead, but it's Sam Schechter that gets up the hill and underneath the bridge, and really coming out of turn 10, Greg. It's Sam Schechter, last 2 laps, I've been watching him. He is dead on it coming out of turn 10, and he's able to get a little bit more speed than Morgan Burkhardt.
Indeed. Great run out of turn 10 this time, and you saw where Schechter had to, I wouldn't call it taking evasive action, but you could see where he was worried about coming right up on Burkhardt, and they are now side by side coming into turn 1. Sam Schechter to driver's right, Morgan Burkhardt to driver's left. Burkhardt's going to concede the lead here as they go into turn 1, does not even attempt an over-under. But now as they come out of turn 2, heading into turn number 3, Schechter to driver's left, Burkhardt to driver's right, side by side. As they come into 3, though, Schechter with the advantage as they head down the hill towards 5.
I tell you what, Greg, we were sitting here, about a month ago or a month and a half ago, and we had Morgan Burkhardt up here. And that weekend, you could take the driver's right side going into turn 3 and take that outside, and that would just launch you back by the other car. Well, you know what? He's picked up on that, and he just did it over Sam Schechter. We'll have to take a look as they come through the carousel the next time by, whether or not he's able to get that lead. But as they top the hill out of 3 going down into 4, they were still side by side.
All right, and here come the ants marching now, coming out of turn number 8 and making their way up the hill, and it is Morgan Burkhardt. There you go, your leader with about a 2-car length advantage now as they come up the hill and underneath the bridge. And as they come onto the front straight, Burkhardt now with about a 2-car length advantage. They're coming up on some slower traffic. They're coming up on the number 14 machine. Now that is Kevin Silbert. We'll see if that affects them as they come down, and Burkhardt and now Schechter able to get past Silbert, although Schechter was side by side with Silbert as they went past the 200-foot mark, Brian, and that really compromised his entry in the one.
Absolutely. We're going to see whether or not Morgan's going to be able to extend that lead a little bit more, because he was able to get by Silbert before they even got to the braking zone. Schechter had to, as you said, was at the 200-foot mark. Both him and Silbert were on the brakes side by side going into one. And, Greg, we've got a couple cars spinning coming out of turn 10. It looks like that is going to be the 51 of Eric Prepsius.
And Bruce Kerminga in the green 31. There's right the car in the gravel trap. And we're trying to get the number there. It is that the 2?
That looks like, is that a 21 from
Possibly,
here?
yeah. I was going to say, I thought I saw a 2 there. Maybe the 21. It's not Aaron Meisner. It's the black and red machine. One of these days, I'm going to get binoculars that are more than just a 7x20, 7x35. We're going to get the call here in just a moment from turn 10 as our leaders come by that incident. No,
that is Meisner. That is the 25.
It is the 25 of Aaron Meisner buried in the gravel trap. So we have a local caution over at turn number 10.
And, Greg, now we've got a side-by-side action heading down into turn 1 between Sam Schechter and Morgan Burkhart. Sam Schechter was able to get underneath them going into the entry. We'll see how they're going to be coming out of the exit of 2, and Morgan Burkhart's going to hold him off. But Sam Schechter tried to make that move to driver's right to get underneath them, and I think Morgan was just able to hold him off and carry just a little bit more speed coming out of turn 2. Here comes our our third and fourth place between Mike Amy and Kevin Elon. They're nose to tail as well going up through there. And then you've got Mac Harrison. He's actually going to be a little bit further. Then you got Jisoo Kim and Joe Blanks. That's another battle on the racetrack.
All right, so we've got some emergency service equipment that is dispatching from over around turn 6. They will be coming up and heading over towards 10 momentarily to retrieve the number 25 machine. But at the moment, we're going to stay green flag racing with the exception of that local caution at 10, Brian.
Yeah, what that's going to do is once that emergency vehicle is released and they start to come out onto the racetrack, in order to do it, they'll stay as far driver's left as they can. Hopefully that they get out. Here they come now. You can see them. That is not an SRF, a larger SRF. That is one of our emergency track vehicles.
It's another Ford.
Yeah, it's another Ford. They're going to stay driver's left, and it's good that they've cleared exit with no cars there. Those other cars, and I think as it goes through, it's going to make a move off to driver's left all the way in the grass in order to try to pull around to pull Meisner out of there. But our leaders, they're going to be coming through that as well. And now you're going to have a waving yellow, so that's going to allow Schechter, or it's going to prevent Schechter from making any kind of moves coming out of turn 10. As we saw earlier, as it looks like they're going to be down into turn 5.
All right, Brian. So as we've got now 5 laps remaining, let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 7. Big Bore, please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers, race group 7, to the grid, please.
And, Greg, we've got another car that spun right in the same identical spot as we had our emergency workers there. So somebody getting on the brakes hard. That may be the 87, I believe, and that is going to be...
All right. And Brian, as we get that number, and as our new leader, Sam Schechter, comes out of turn 10 with Morgan Burkhart behind, we are going to a full course caution, and then we are going to black flag all of our racers and bring them down the pit lane. The clock will continue to run. We are currently at 4 laps remaining. Again, Sam Schechter is your new leader. Morgan Burkhart second. Kevin Elliott had gotten around Mike Amy. Elliott is in third, Amy fourth, Mac Harrison fifth, Joe Blanks, Jisoo Kim, Don Privet, Andrew Waldorf, Keith Frazier, your top 10. But I can't tell you, Brian, how, as I was making that call to the grid, how dangerous that was. We had boots on the ground. We had our emergency services workers trying to go, had just parked that pickup truck to go to try and hook up the number 25 machine when this other car came barreling into the gravel trap at almost exactly the same place.
It did look like, the 87 that was trying to get on the brakes a little bit harder and then just lost the back end of it.
Yeah.
I believe the 87 had an incident there yesterday morning as well, along with the 14 of Kevin Silbert. So obviously that car very, very loose getting through turn 10 all weekend long so far. And that just, again, nothing really they can do. I can tell you that the emergency workers jumped back behind that pickup truck pretty quickly there.
Yes, they did.
As they were trying to pull the Aaron Meisner out. So now not only got to pull one out, they got to pull both of them out.
All right, and it looks like the number 14 machine had perhaps missed the entrance to the pit lane, came to a stop at the pit exit, that pushing him back into the pit lane. As the remainder of our drivers now, as you can see there in our turn 10 camera, making their way over towards the pit lane here, where they'll reposition them if needed. Again, we are showing currently 4 laps remaining. When they cross the start-finish line, it would be 3 laps remaining, or 13 minutes, whichever comes first. Again, that clock continues to run here as, again, we are under black flag conditions for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 here at Summit Point Raceway, part of the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. And again, for everybody here at the track, I want to remind you that tonight for our Saturday night social, which is due to start here. Well, actually, I don't have the starting time, but it's going to be shortly after the track goes cold. It is open not just to volunteers, but to drivers, crew, friends, and family that are here as well. And we do have a band. It's going to be Little Joe and the Buffalo Wings here joining us to provide some great musical accompaniment to our dinner, and of course some adult beverages and maybe some non-adult beverages as well.
Tell you what, Greg, as our cars have been black flagging and put down on there, they're going to end up having to reshuffle and get this lineup redone here pretty quickly as well. And again, with just under 12 minutes, it's not going to take the emergency workers too long to get the get those cars out of there. But then you got to reshuffle the field, get your leaders back up front, and move everything back around. And then that's going to take a couple extra minutes. So we'll have to see how long this is going to take.
And we're getting a lot of calls from our corner workers at turn 10. Not very pleased with the situation at turn 10. Talking that perhaps having some overdriving by the group here, including of course that number 17 machine that ended up in the gravel trap. But we're gonna leave it at that.
The 87, not the
87. Pardon me. We're gonna let the race officials work that out as at the moment as they're trying to still get the cars out and get that second car out of the gravel trap. Now a bit of a hectic situation as they have gotten the 25 of Meisner clear.
They'll be getting John Ryan out of there. I think what they're going to do is they're going to send Meisner all the way back around.
Right.
Really what they'll do is send him straight down the paddock road there. If he continues, it doesn't look like he's going.
He's going back.
Doesn't look like he's going back to the thing. So he's done for this race. But if he wanted to continue, he could have. They would have sent him down the main paddock road and have him come back up through the grid in order to get back up on pit road. So it does look like we are now going to go to a checker, Greg, if I am reading your hand signals correctly.
You are. Yes, the decision, and I think perhaps that last report from turn 10 may have had something to do with it. The decision has been made now with 4 laps remaining to checker this race, and so let's take a look, Brian, and we'll run down the finishing order here. Taking the win, driver of the number 55 Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 out of Boyd's, Maryland, Sam Schechter. Morgan Burkhardt will finish in second. Kevin Elliott will come home with the final step on the podium. He finishes third. Mike Amey will finish fourth. Mac Harrison will finish in. Oh, and actually you know what? We're actually, because I forgot, this is under black flag conditions. They're rolling back to the last complete lap. So let's do that. Morgan Burkhardt, your winner, not Sam Schechter. Morgan Burkhardt, who was leading at the time that the black flag was displayed. Morgan Burkhardt, your winner. He's out of Charlestown, West Virginia. Sam Schechter will finish in second. Mike Amey will finish in third. Kevin Elliott having made the pass on that last lap. So Elian will finish 4th. Mac Harrison will finish in 5th. Jisoo Kim will finish 6th. Joe Blank 7th. Don Privet 8th. Andrew Waldorf will finish in 9th position. Keith Frazier will round out your top 10. Mike Kossuth 11th. Bruce Kerminga 12th. John Ryan 13th. Phil Ackley will finish 14th. J. Mark Wendling will round out the top 15. All right, so here, Brian, I'm getting word that all of our Spec Racer Ford drivers are going to have a nice little meeting here in the meeting room when they bring their cars into impound. So what that means, let's do this. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 7. That's Big Bore, GT1, 2, and 3, GTA and GTX, ITE and ITR, American Sedan, SPO, STU, T1, T2, T3. And I guarantee you we don't have nearly that many classes here today, Brian. But race group number 7, if you could please head to the grid now. Your race might start a little bit earlier than we expected. Your race is next. All right, Brian, I'm just going to say I don't know for sure when we're going to have our next start time. I'm going to estimate at 3:40. If you continue to watch the screen, we will update the start time for you. But we will be back in just a few minutes with our next race, our 7th of 8 races today. But before we do, we want to tell you about one of the great longtime partners of the Washington, D.C. region and of the SCCA and the MARRS series, OG Racing.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway for the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati, and as we get ready for our next race, we're here first off to celebrate the life of longtime Washington, D.C. Region SCCA member and our friend, Dale Thomas Farrell Sr. Dale passed away this past February at the age of 71. As our Big Bore race group takes to the track for their race, for the first pace lap, the pole position is going to be left open for Dale in what is known as a missing man formation. And during this lap, the region's flagging communications corps and so many others that love Dale, they're going to come trackside and wave their flags in honor of their lost compatriot. And so, born December 27th, 1951 in Frederick, Maryland, Dale was the son of the late Dale Ray Farrell and Dorothy Clemens Farrell. Dale grew up in Poolesville, Maryland, and worked as an electrical technician at the U.S. Capitol for 19 years, and then explored his passion for cars working as a mechanic. Dale has been involved with Summit Point Motorsports Park for over 40 years in various capacities. In the early 90s, he enjoyed racing his Mazda with numerous race wins to his name, and he held many positions at Summit Point from his years as the D.C. Region's flag chief, as well as acting as the course marshal for Summit Point Raceway itself, teaching the art of flagging to many, and closing up and locking up after races. And most recently, he enjoyed being a member of Summit Point's Drivers Club, where he tested and raced his red number 77 Honda Civic race car. And you can actually see that race car leading our pace car around the track currently. He was well-liked and developed many close friendships over the years with the racing community. Of course, I knew him so well when he was working with John and Linda Cummins. Again, such a great friend to so many people here, not only in the Washington, D.C. region, but Summit Point Raceway as well. And he's going to be remembered as someone who would help anyone, but he had a humorous and fun side to him as well, always making people smile. Dale is survived by his one daughter, Christy Yetter, and her husband, Brian, his one son, Dale Thomas Farrell Jr., two grandchildren, Brendan Frazier and Caitlin Frazier, his two sisters, Terry Farrell and Wanda Schrei, along with her husband, Carl, and his niece, Terry Beal. In lieu of flowers, Dale's family asked that donations be made in his memory to the Aaron Levitas Foundation. You can find out more about the Aaron Levitas Foundation by going to Aaron, EARONLEVITAS.org, AaronLevitas.org. And you can see there, coming off of turn 9, our flaggers there waving in honor of Dale. And for Dale, we hold this missing man formation at the place he loved so much, Summit Point Raceway. And for the many that loved him, may his memory always be a blessing. And so our safety car now is coming around turn 10. Our pole sitter for this group is going to be retaking their position. We should see Dale's race car, who also came around turn 10, into the view of all of our emergency services workers, grid workers, pit workers, our folks in timing, our start workers as well. That Honda Civic will act as the safety car, the pace car for our big bore group, Brian, who now start their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order.
Tell you what, I'm going to look here just a little bit back. I can tell you starting in the back, starting in the 10th position is going to be the 03, and that is going to be James McAleese. Starting in 9th position, the number 50 from Hackettstown, New Jersey, that's going to be Joseph Fagala. Starting in the 8th position from Iron Station, North Carolina, the 112 of Stephen Ryder. Starting in the 7th position from Liberty, North Carolina, the 67 of Devin Mistack. Starting in 6th position from Mount Holly Springs, Pennsylvania, the 07 of Alan Lesher. Starting in the 5th position from the Plains, Virginia, the 44 of Clark Ostrom. Starting in the 4th position, and Greg, I did see this gentleman turn right after coming off pit lane and taking the back gate in, but scheduled to start 4th from Bluemont, Virginia, the 121 of Scott Luttrell. Starting in the 3rd position from Columbus, New Jersey, the number 98 of Tim Proctor. Starting in the 2nd position from Belmont, Ohio, the number 17 of Andrew Mistack. And on the pole from Midlothian, Virginia, the number 37, that is Warren Montague. So that will be your starting lineup. It looks like James McAleese did not go out for qualifying this morning, so going to join again in that Trans Am 03 machine. It shouldn't take very long for him to.
that Chevy Camaro should certainly have very little trouble making its way up to the front of the field as our sole GT1 car in the field. And Brian, it's so hard to hear about Scott Luttrell having issues once again with that Mini. I thought perhaps his issues were behind him at the April MARRS. The car ran very well.
Yes. And
here not making it to the green flag. Hopefully he'll be able to get things fixed before tomorrow's feature races. As the pace car now is on the pit lane, going to turn things over to Warren Montague in his GT3 Toyota Celica, the bright yellow Celica, and then the orange and silver Camaro, the TA2 Camaro of Andrew Mistack, as the green flag is in the air, and they start to make the run down towards turn number 1. Mistack in that GT2 machine, opening up a huge advantage over the GT3 machine as looks as though being very cautious. Jim McAleese in that GT1 Chevy Camaro, the olive green machine there, just calmly peeking his way around and through traffic. It's only going to take a lap or so.
I think he was only really in second gear by the time he got past
it's quite possible.
Some of the other ones. But you know what? Warren Montague just never took off, never went anywhere.
Yeah.
Andrew Mistack, obviously in that TA2 car, that Chevrolet Camaro, got a great run and a great start, but it seemed like Warren just never really wanted to take off, and the back half of the field just was kind of separated going through there. I do know that we had some trouble earlier on in qualifying with the 67 of Devin Mistack. Potential with some oil and some smoke. Look for that to happen again. When he went down into turn 1, again, heavy smoke coming out of the right side of that machine, so we'll see what the stewards or what the corner workers say about that. But again, that's still smoking. And now as we look at a turn 10, I guess Warren just wanted to let Andrew get out and lead a lap, because here comes Warren Montague right on the back bumper by about 6 or 7 car lengths now, but as close as he's been. And oh, by the way, here comes James McAleese now as he goes from 10th all the way to 3rd in one lap.
Yeah, it's amazing what a 500 horsepower advantage will do for you as he comes down, barreling into turn numbers 1 and 2. And yeah, maybe Montague thought this was like an iRacing league where you get a point for every lap you lead or something like that. And just wanted to give Andrew Mistak a bit of an advantage.
Wanted to give him that extra point right out of the gate.
Exactly here. So as they make their way around, Tim Proctor currently running in 4th, 2nd in GT3. Then Clark Ostrom in his Spec E46 machine, currently leading T3. He is Touring 3. He is currently running 5th overall. And lest this be a surprise to anybody, Jim McAleese with a 121.029 for his opening lap. And again, it wasn't exactly what I would call a vigorous opening lap.
Yeah, he's working his way past Warren Montague coming out of turn 8. I would imagine by the time he gets out of turn 10, he's going to be back. Well, never mind. I take that back. Before he even gets to turn 10. Yeah. He'll be ahead of Andrew Mistak. So I think a good battle, I think, could end up being between Andrew Mistak in that Chevrolet Camaro GT2 machine, along with Warren Montague in that GT3. They were pretty close, in qualifying there. 4 seconds, I shouldn't say very close. But now that the race is happening, Andrew Mistak a little bit ahead of Warren Montague. So we'll have to see. Maybe Warren's got some issues because Andrew is starting to pull away. And for a time that was 4 seconds faster in qualifying, it doesn't look like 4 seconds in qualifying now.
All right. So as you predicted and as I expected, Brian, first call from the corner or from a corner about Devin Mistak's Ford Fusion, the dark blue SPO machine going down in the turn 1 or coming out of turn 1 and 2 now. Quite a bit of smoke coming out from the right front wheel well. Early on in qualifying, we suspected that maybe it was tire smoke. Maybe there was some rubbing. To me, up here on the 3rd floor of the tower, it looked as though maybe that right front was canted over just a little bit and maybe sitting a little bit lower. But towards the end of the qualifying session, some of the corners were reporting oil smoke. So there might be maybe a bit of an issue, maybe some oil, maybe a pinhole leak or something, but oil dripping onto a header or some other hot piece of metal sitting underneath the hood and causing that smoke.
Hey, look, you've got some oil lines there on the right-hand side. You got an oil cooler back in there, too. So, look, he's probably got a little bit of a drip there. It's coming. It doesn't, obviously he's not putting anything down. Nobody's saying anything there. It really is under heavy braking. So as everything starts to move to the forward portion of that front end of that Ford Fusion, that is part of it.
All right, I would be very surprised if we see a new track record set, knowing how warm it is starting to get. We're a little bit north of 80 degrees, at least outside our announce booth. Currently, Jim McAleese, I was kind of joking about his leisurely first lap. Jim McAleese owns the GT1 track record here at Summit Point. He set it back in 2019. It's a 109.5. He is currently about three and a quarter seconds off of that currently. Our GT2 and GT3 records. Kevin Allen, who set the record all the way back in 2018. That record is at a 112. And so Andrew Mistak about 7 seconds off that. And Warren Montague, interestingly enough, he is both your GT3 and GT4 track record holder. And talk about timeliness. Back in 2002, before GT4 and GT5 were melded into GT Light, Warren Montague, and I think what was a Toyota Tercel, set the track record at a 122. But he currently holds a GT3 record, which he set 20 years later, last June. This event here at Summit Point last year, track record in GT3 a 117.9. And so at this point, he is, he's only about 9/10 off of it currently.
Well, I tell you what, he may be able to go ahead and get it. I don't see McAleese dropping 3 seconds here. It's warm out here. It is, this track's got a lot of sun's been beating on it all day. As you talked about, it's getting warmer. It is getting a little bit muggier outside. It is very hard to run that big V8 here with all that horsepower. And as the race continues to go on and you're starting to get into a little bit of lap traffic, he just caught up to Alan Lesher there going into turn 1. Had to get hard on the brakes, really hard on the brakes there. Now he's going to come. He's going to go past Devin Mistack coming out of turn 2 and turn 3. As the fuel starts to burn off, that car is going to that whole setup there it's going to feel a little different for him as they get going here. Again, 5 laps in, 10 laps to go. Tire degradation is going to be a big deal for him. Brakes are going to get hot. Brakes are, could start to boil. Again, as you said, we're in the 80-degree temperature, range. While that seems okay, that's just not cool for one of those bigger Trans Am cars.
No, when you're talking about a small block machine, that is normally putting out somewhere north of 800 horsepower. That it's not going to be good for putting down power. Currently now working his fifth flying lap. Clark Ostrom in his BMW Spec E46, our sole driver in Touring 3, crosses the start-finish line, having a good run, running 5th overall as we now hear that McAleese car go right on by us. And it looks like he's already now, Brian, starting to dial things back about 2 seconds off of his previous lap time. As we watch here now coming out of 10, great little fight going on as we've got Andrew Mistack and Warren Montague running 2nd and 3rd overall. They're our GT2 and GT3 leaders. Andrew Mistack just set his personal best lap of the race at a 1:18.89, and still is only managing to hold off Warren Montague by about now 5 car lengths, maybe 6 car lengths.
Yeah, it's about 10 right now. I think, again, Andrew, has, I think, a little bit more power, obviously down the straight line. And I think Warren's able to close in a little bit, in some of these turns, especially through the carousel. But I think that, at the end of the day, Andrew, probably will hold him off. It's going to be in traffic. He's getting ready to come up to Devin Mistack here in a minute. So with the little smoke that Devin has, coming out of there, Andrew may be taking a look at that as he goes by.
All right, real quick, Brian, let's, as we're now at 9, make that 8 laps remaining. It's going faster than I expected. Let's make a first call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends Cars, SPU, Spec Arc 7, Super Touring Light, and Touring 4 drivers. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8. We're already halfway through this big bore race. Hop like a bunny. Head to the grid. You're up next.
Hop like a
Hop like a bunny. Yes.
As Andrew Mistack goes past Devin Mistack.
That's for all of our Volkswagen STL cars, by the way.
Warren Montague now he gets by Devin Mistack, but I tell you what, Greg, he got held up there because he tried to take an alternate line. I'm going to say it's an alternate line, not more of an abbreviated line. It was not very creative there, and ended up getting kind of tangled up there a little bit and had to really get on the brakes and really lost a lot of momentum. So you're going to see when they come out of the carousel through turn 8, you're going to see that Andrew's got a bigger lead than normal as McAleese goes by the start-finish line with 7 to go here.
And did you hear the pop and the bang out of the exhaust there as he did the upshift coming by start-finish? Oh, my God.
There is nothing better than that.
No, not at all, except maybe more than one of them doing it.
Yes.
So here we go. Now we have 7 laps remaining, and Jim's starting to pick up the pace a little bit more there. He's down to a 1:13.4. Devin Mistack in the 67 SPO machine in his Ford Fusion, and he is smoking heavily now, Brian. I was just going to say that he turned his fastest lap of the race at a 1:31.3, but you know what they say about setting fast laps.
It's always fast, and believe me, I know. I've known twice this year because I've done it already and blown 2 motors.
Yeah.
The car or whatever it is you're driving is always the fastest lap before it lets go.
Yeah. So, we'll see. He's starting another lap, Brian. But as we saw him coming up the hill out of 8, there was more than just the small amount of smoke that we had been seeing coming out of the front there.
Yeah.
There was a big amount of smoke coming out of the rear of the car as well. And now as he comes out of turn 2, and it looks as though when he's loading the car up and making right-hand turns is when we're seeing the most smoke out of the rear. Now, the unfortunate thing about Summit Point Raceway being a clockwise track is that there are really only, for the most part, 2, we'll call it 3 left-hand turns. There's turn 3, there's turn 5, and if you want to call turn 7 a left-hand turn, it's kind of a... it's,
Depending on how you take it, it's really not. So, I mean,
right.
it just,
Well, with these higher horsepower cars,
Yeah.
you're probably off the throttle coming through there anyhow.
Obviously, he's got some type of an oil line or something, you know, something very small. It's not enough, it seems, because he's able to continue, going through, but he's not, not going all the way through the through the line
and
there.
given the lap times that he's turning, he's dialed the pace back just a little bit as well. As he comes onto the front straight, and he's definitely starting to lose a little pace here, Brian. He had gotten as low as a 131.3. He's now into the 134s, and each lap he's definitely losing some pace. Jim McAleese giving a lot of clearance and a lot of space as he comes down into turn 1. I think that's got to be a difficult thing for Jim McAleese. Given that almost every other car on course
and Greg McAleese has now made the right-hand turn right out of turn 2 onto the side here. McAleese, and that car looks like it's overheating, Greg.
Yeah, there's a lot of steam coming out from underneath the hood as he pulled into the crossover road just before turn 3. And I was just going to say, it takes a lot of, a lot of, how do I put this? Not caution, but it takes a lot of awareness, knowing that you're in a car that can do 170 miles an hour on the front straight here at Summit Point, more than 35 or 40 miles an hour faster than almost any other car on the track.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter at this point right now, but there it lies. And so our new leader, Andrew Mistack, in his GT2 TA2 Chevy Camaro out of Belmont, Ohio. Warren Montague, our GT3 leader, currently running second overall on track. And then Jim Proctor in his GT3 Nissan 240 SX, running third overall, of course, second in class. Brian, let's do this as we've got now about 5 laps remaining. Let's make another call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 8. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT light, GT Pinto, H production, Legends cars. Who else? Well, pretty much everybody else. SPU, Spec RX-7, STL, and T4. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 8. Basically, if you haven't raced today, come on down. You're next.
Oh, then I need to hurry and get my car.
I was going to say, you and me, and I think we could think of a couple people in some previous groups that probably should do it as well. All right, but here as we now have 4 laps remaining in our big bore race, Andrew Mistack in his GT2 machine is your new leader, and as we mentioned, Jim McAleese looks like his session is now done. The local caution, Brian, that we had over at turn 2 to cover Mr. McAleese, that local caution has now been dropped, so we're back to green flag racing around the course.
Yeah, again, he pulled it off there abruptly. The minute he went by Devin Mistack coming out of turns 1 and turns 2, he obviously knew something was wrong. I mean, like you said, gave him plenty of room, meaning Devin, going through turns 1 and 2. Again, knew something was wrong, looked down at the gauges and thought better of it. Well, when he first pulled in, it did look like it was overheating, but I'm not seeing any other, smoke. You
not now since he powered it down.
Yeah, I mean, you would still continue to see a little bit of steam if it was completely overheating. I'm wondering if he ran out of brakes. Again, didn't go out this morning. Ran yesterday during practice, but never went out this morning. Right. So I'm wondering if they developed an issue later in yesterday's practice session here at Summit Point and worked all day to try to get that fixed and going out and just wasn't able to get that done.
So interestingly enough, Jim McAleese now sitting 5th overall because he had, I think, a 2-lap advantage on the rest of the field.
Most of them, yeah.
So most of these drivers are just now unlapping themselves as Clark Ostrom now moves up at the 4th position overall, dropping McAleese down into 5th position. Again, 3 laps remaining. Steven Ryder in the number 112, the little yellow Corvette, not little red Corvette, currently running 6th overall in the C5 Corvette.
Devin Mistak with our bug remover is look, hey, he's hanging tough, and again, it's tough to come out with a car with a motor in there like that, and you end up with having that problem, and you're racing it the entire race to kind of determine, because you go back to the paddock and you're running the motor and you're trying to figure out where it's coming from. You don't see anything, and all of a sudden, then you go and you put it under load. As I believe Dad is passing him again.
Yes,
putting him down. So Andrew Mistak, he's going to end up with 2 to go here this time. Next time by, he'll be getting the 1 to go board. But it's tough because and I've been in this situation. You can't find anything wrong with it. It's not showing any oil leaks. It's not showing anything on there. When you look at the body work, it's not rubbing on the tire when you're doing it. All of a sudden, you go and you put it under load, and next thing you know, you've got smoke and you've got a little bit of an oil leak because you're on and off the throttle, and so it becomes difficult to to figure out, and you spend nothing but the whole weekend. And honestly, that's what doesn't make racing fun. That's the only part is when you spend time and time trying to figure something out, so that your corner workers are not calling saying, "Hey, you're smoking." Heavily, and then really nothing is coming out. It's just the car and the motor. So we wait for Andrew Mistak here. He should be getting ready to come through the carousel now, heading up into turn 8. Next time by, he'll end up with 1 to go. So it looks like there he goes now, up out of turn 8. He should be coming out of turn 10 here momentarily. Here he comes now. So he'll get the 1 to go board, which means the 98 at Tim Proctor should get an additional lap.
Yeah, I was
may even get 2 unless he gets past
might
here.
Get 2.
Well, no, actually he's not. He's not going to get it because Andrew's going to go by him here down into 1 because they're side by side right now. And I think Proctor's just going to go ahead and give it up to Andrew Mistak in that TA2.
He's only going to hold him off for so long anyhow. So.
Yeah, well, it's kind of what I was saying. I don't think that Proctor was going to, and Proctor ends up going driver's left and probably put a left rear or both left side tires
into the gravel
over there coming out of turn 2, exit a turn.
Yeah, I was going to say past
2.
the apex there. Just gonna get any further. He spent the whole time looking in the mirrors, and it's not. Under normal circumstances, if there was a fight going on ahead of him, I'd say, Andrew Mistak, maybe he's got plenty of time to give.
Sure.
Maybe lay back a little bit. But right now, Proctor is a lap down from Warren Montague in that battle for the win in GT3.
Yep.
And what's another lap between friends?
Yep. Right.
As Andrew Mistak now making his way underneath the bridge and into turn number 10. Here he comes. All by his lonesome, coming onto the front straight and not quite using all the curbing, but coming now underneath the starter stand, taking the win in GT2, and the overall win is going to be Andrew Mistak in his TA2 Camaro out of Belmont, Ohio. Coming now across the line, finishing in 2nd in GT3 is Proctor, just ahead of the winner in GT3, Warren Montague. The Chevy Corvette, the T1 machine of Steven Ryder, across the stripe. He'll take the win in Touring 1. Clark Ostrom out of turn 10 for the very last time. The silver 4-door BMW, the E46 BMW, will come home with the win in Touring 3. And I'm looking to see who's left.
Looks like Devin Mistak. He's going to take the win in SPO.
Yeah, he's going to make it all the way to the end. And Joe Folia, I think now, I believe, and did I say McAleese was the only GT1 driver? My apologies to Joseph Folia, who takes the win in GT1, and this is a beautiful car. He's out of Hackettstown, New Jersey. We saw him at New Jersey Motorsports Park a couple weeks ago. He had some issues with the car here for the April MARRS at Summit Point, but Joe Folia, that number 50 Chevy Corvette, that is a C3 Corvette. He has been, I think, racing that car for a good 30 plus years. And great to see it turn laps here at Summit. Great to see it take a win. So that is going to wrap things up now for our 7th of 8 run groups. Let me go make a final call to the grid for our last group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 8. That's small bore. Please come to the grid now. Your race is next. Small bore racers, if you haven't already come to the grid, please do so now. You're going to be on track for your race in just a few moments. So, Brian, let's take another quick break. We've got one more race to go. And actually, before we do, let's show everybody, Brian, coming up what our schedule is tomorrow. Let's bring that up. Tomorrow we go feature racing here at Summit Point. We're going to start off though. For our MARRS racers, feature races. For the bracket racers, they get 2 10-lap races. We're going to be on track right around 8:15 tomorrow morning with our first bracket race. We'll then have a small pause where our MARRS racers get some, I don't want to call them practice sessions, like warm-up sessions. Mm-hmm. We'll have a warm-up session for our open-wheel racers, then a warm-up session for our closed-wheel racers. We'll then come back with the feature races for our open-wheel group, Group 1, and then for Groups 3 and 4. Then, once we finish that up, we will go and have our lunch, have another bracket race, and then we'll wrap things up with 4 more MARRS feature races. So definitely make sure to join us tomorrow morning at 8:15 a.m. for the final day here of the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. And so now let's go. We'll take a little break, and we'll come back here in just a few moments. We do have a little bit of cleanup. This is a big bore race after all. We've got a little bit of cleanup. We've got to get Mr. McAleese's car. I believe there's another car on the side of the track as well. And when we come back, we will have our small bore field. And I think Taylor Hyatt's trying to get Big Bird down here from pit race as quickly as she can. Taylor, if you do like faster than Jim McAleese's GT1 machine, you might make it for the last lap or two. Hurry up. All right, let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. You're listening to the June MARRS presented by RP Performance, and we will be right back.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and cars. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
OG Racing carries just what you need to get on the track, from driving suits and shoes to helmets, data and video systems, to your favorite brake pads from Performance, Friction, Hawk, and Paget. OG Racing has built its reputation during the last 22 years by providing the best customer service in the motorsports business, and their depth of inventory is second to none when it comes to safety equipment. That's why OG Racing has been the highest volume Sparco dealer for 17 years. Come visit their 12,000 square foot showroom and warehouse located in Sterling, Virginia. Call them at 1-800-934-9112 or order online at ogracing.com.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications. They stock tires from all of the top manufacturers for whatever you drive, from small economy cars to SUVs to trucks. Their mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. For more information or to schedule online, browse radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Racing for ALS utilizes high-performance driving events to build ALS awareness and to battle ALS head-on with a triple-target funding model that supports focused pharma research, no placebo clinical trials, and providing assistance to individual ALS patients in need. Every 90 minutes, doctors deliver a new ALS diagnosis. ALS is a progressive and fatal neurodegenerative disease that destroys motor neurons, eventuating muscle weakness, paralysis, and difficulty breathing and swallowing. Most ALS sufferers live just lasts 2 to 5 years after diagnosis, and every 90 minutes, ALS claims another soul. Racing for ALS believes ALS is not an incurable disease, it's just an underfunded one. Our mission is to raise awareness and direct funds to speed a cure. To help find a cure, please go to racingforals.com/donate and make sure to join us at our next event.
Green, blue, white, checker. You know the flags, but do you know the people waving those flags? Flaggers are the key to the success of every SCCA event at the racetrack, and it's something you can do. Being an SCCA flagger puts you in the action, feet from the race cars, keeping everyone at the track safe and having fun. And did you know that with SCCA's partnership with IMSA, flagging at SCCA events makes it easier than ever to flag at professional races around the country? Find out how you can become a flagger at scca.com/volunteer.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
If you like what you see today, become...
Welcome back, everybody, to Summit Point Raceway for the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance. I'm Greg Ginsberg, along with Brian Donati, and again, want to thank the great folks from RP Performance in helping to celebrate 75 years of the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA. They have provided a free entry to our 75th registrant. They gave away a number of prizes, and I think probably more importantly, they fed the volunteers here this weekend, so I want to thank all of them. All right, we've got our last group heading out on track right now for their pace lap. We just had our big bore group. This is a small bore group comprised of the production category vehicles, GT Pintos, Super Touring Light, also our Touring 4 class as well. Let's run down the starting order here. 24 cars in the field, starting 24th, driving the number 48E Production Acura Integra from Highland, Maryland. It's the owner of our great sponsor, Radial Tire Company of Maryland. It's Paul Marcones. Jim Stem will start 23rd. Driving the number 40, H Production Volvo 142. Starting 22nd, driving the number 24, Spec RX-7. It's Alex Cumming with Hayes Lewis starting 21st. He's in the number 36, H Production Porsche 924. Drew Erie will start 20th. He's in the number 16, GT Pinto with Deacon Greenfield. Seeing him for the second time today. In this group, he's starting 19th, driving the number 32, Super Touring Light Honda CRX. Greg Plush will start 18th. He's in the number 63, H Production Datsun 510. Starting 17th, driving the number 29 H Production MG Midget, it's Michael McQueen. Chuck Allard will start 16th today, second in H Production, driving the number 50 Porsche 924. Bruce Shelton, our pole sitter in GT Pinto, will start 15th, driving the red number 11 machine. Jennifer Romes will start 14th. She's in the T4 Scion FRS. We saw her earlier today, the bracket racing. She's from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Starting 13th, driving the 04 T4 Chevy Camaro, it's Ted Warning. From Henrico, Virginia, we've got Al Syme. He's driving his H Production Volkswagen Scirocco. That's the green and white machine. Then Jeff Liller will start 11th in the number 127 T4 Mazda MX-5. Jeff Norris will start 10th in the number 77 E Production Honda Prelude. And then in the F Production Volkswagen Scirocco, Lawrence Freyson. John Jenkins will start 8th. He's in the number 195 STL Mazda Miata. Kevin Conlon in the number 14 STL Mazda Miata will start 7th, starting 6th. In the T4 114 Subaru BRZ, it's Benjamin Brunk starting 5th. In the number 141 STL Mazda Miata, Stephen Hunt. Ted Cahall will start 4th in the number 182 STL Mazda Miata, with Owen Sheffer, your T4 pole sitter, in his Mazda RX-8 starting 3rd. James Lindenthal will start on the outside of the front row in the 118 E-Production Mazda Miata, and Thomas Beverly in his STL Honda Civic has the pole.
And we are under green flag, and it is Thomas Beverly and James Lindenthal. They're still side by side, Greg, going down into turn 1, and it looks like Lindenthal is going to be able to make that outside work over Thomas Beverly in that Honda Civic, in that number 4 STL machine, as they start to come out of turn 2, and it is going to be James Lindenthal. He is going to be your early leader there in our E-Production, and then Thomas Beverly as they start to pull away from Owen Sheffer, and then the 182, that's Ted Cahall. We talked about him earlier this morning, along with Benjamin Bunk and Stephen Hunt, along with Kevin Conlon in that 14 machine.
All right, as they make their way down the hill towards our camera that isn't working, we'll get some more information on them here in just a few moments.
Hey, real quick, Greg,
yes,
as they're starting to make their way back through, and I can see them getting ready to start to come through the carousel, I want to wish Bruce Shelton a happy birthday. His birthday is on the 15th of June,
yes,
and they will be celebrating it tonight over in Pinto Alley, and we all know Bruce likes to celebrate.
Yeah,
so.
Yes, he certainly does. So, and they'll be celebrating with that musical accompaniment from the Little Joe and the Buffalo Wings, and of course, some great adult beverages and some great dinner, some great food for all of our racers, volunteers, crew, family, you name it. As our leaders are coming out of turn 10 to complete their first flying lap, your leaders, as they cross the stripe, James Lindenthal and his E-Production Mazda, and we have it listed as a Mazda Miata. That is actually a Mazda RX-7. That is leading the field. Tom Beverly in his Honda Civic hatchback, currently second overall. Then we've got Owen Sheffer and Steve Hunt. Sheffer in the black T4 Mazda RX-8 with Steve Hunt in the number 141, the yellow Mazda Miata. That's an STL car, currently running second in STL. Ben Bunk, and great neat thing. So Ben Bunk, as we've got another driver that gets that dirt at the apex of turn 2. Ben Bunk sent us an email, Brian. And by the way, for those of you that are listening at home, if you know some interesting information, if you've got some dirt to spill on our racers here in the MARRS series, you can always send that information to us at marsannouncers@gmail.com. We'll keep your confidence. We'll keep it strictly confidential. We won't give up your name, probably at least until Group 6.
But we will tell the story.
Yes, we will absolutely tell the story. But Ben, I've seen race at the Time Trials National Tour a number of times, and he is running his BRZ under the SSC SSC Time Trials rules. That is actually it's not Time Trials, it's actually solo autocrossing rules.
Yes.
Solo Spec Coupe, as that car is prepared, and that particular setup, which is also very big in the Sport 6 class and Time Trials National Tour, also has a place in Touring 4 racing here in SCCA road racing, as well as a great little battle going down into turn 1.
Tell you what, that battle is between Benjamin Bunk and Ted Cahall as they go down into turn 1, come through, coming out of turn 2. We'll see whether or not Benjamin Bunk is able to hold off Ted Cahall, and it does not. So Ted Cahall is actually going to get around and start to pull away from Benjamin Bunk. He's going to start to come back on the battle there between Steve Hunt and Owen Sheffer. Again, different class there, but Benjamin Bunk's got to end up catching Owen Sheffer there. But now he has a car in between, Greg.
All right, and we've got a car off driver's left coming out of turn 10, and it's completely past the gravel trap at turn 10. And I believe that is the 24 machine.
Yeah, that's Alex Cumming there in the 24.
Yeah, our Soul Spec RX-7 machine sitting dead stick in the grass. So there is a local caution over at turn 10. We've got some of our emergency services workers that are trying to motion for that driver to come across here as our lead 2 cars. Now that time may have passed as we've got the STL leader, Tom Beverly, coming now, trying to get underneath the Mazda RX-7 of James Lindenthal, the 118 machine.
Greg, that car is actually in a somewhat of a safe spot, but not a real safe spot. We have seen many cars go off in turn 10 occasionally, and then that's exactly where they come back on. So, again, while you'll have that yellow maybe over there coming out of turn 10, again, that's not a particular spot you want to be.
No.
It looked like he tried to get it started. I saw a little bit of smoke come out as out of the exhaust as you were trying to get it started, and it didn't start. So he's kind of stuck there. And again, that's not a good spot to have that car. We'll have to see whether or not he can get that going and see what they decide that they want to do here.
All right, so Paul Marcones from Radial Tire, who started at the back of this field, Brian, started 24 cars deep. He is now up to 9th place overall, just made up a position. It was the battle of the 2 yellow Hondas or Acuras as Marcones in the 48 Acura Integra Type R gets around Jeffrey Norris's Honda Prelude. So move Norris back to 10th overall, move Marcones up into 9th. And that was the battle for second in class as our overall leader. Lindenthal again quite a bit ahead of Marcones as the Mazda RX-7 here now gets back underway, and Alex Cumming, we'll see if he continues on now that he's got that car rolling, or if he's going to pit the car in. But it looks like he's getting it up to speed.
That's a rotary motor. Once you get it going, it doesn't die.
It doesn't stop.
It doesn't stop when you get it going. But once it stops, it stops. Oil. Yeah, unless it stops, it stops. So it looks like he's going to be able to continue. He picked up a little bit of speed there. Again, he came out there right behind Thomas Beverly Hill. Thomas Beverly, who's in a pretty decent battle here with James Lindenthal in that E-production. You're right. That says a Mazda Miata. That is not a Mazda Miata for Lindenthal. That is a RX-7.
Yeah, it's a second gen RX-7 there, which is still very popular chassis in E-production. So I was just talking about Paul Marcones and how he was still quite a bit back from Lindenthal. He picks off another driver here, gets around the STL machine of Kevin Conlon. So move Marcones now up into 8th position, and he's coming up on John Jenkins.
Well, let's move him up to 7th because he just passed John Jenkins going into turn 3. So we're going to move Paul Marcones up into 7th place.
Yeah, and I'm fairly certain that STL Miata that Jenkins is driving is the same car that he was racing earlier today in SM. Yep. So probably about 50 horsepower down on the Acura of Marcones. So Ben Bunk in the T4 Super BRZ next in line for our second place E-production racer.
Paul had a problem early this morning going out. It looks like we got the 77 Acura on pit lane down
that's
there.
A Honda Prelude.
Is it a Honda Prelude?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah. So it looked like, Paul had a problem this morning. I think he only went out and did one lap. For that 148 time, so really put him all the way in the back and then came in. It looks like that 77 is going to go ahead and pull out. Hopefully he's going to stay there. Driver's right all the way down. They're going to tell him to stay down there until Jennifer Rooms and then the 04 goes by there of Ted Warning.
And neat to see Ted Warning running that Touring 4 Chevy Camaro. Now, Ted, we've seen for years in I think in a third gen Camaro American sedan machine, and now in I think what is a new to him Touring 4 machine, and that's a 4th gen Camaro. So early, I guess like late 90s Camaro, and seemingly running quite well. Now the thing is that I used to see those cars run in showroom stock B back in the day, Brian, and back then you were running a stock shock package underneath the car, and I'm trying to remember, his name was Gui, not Faggio. I'm trying to remember his last name, but we used to have Touring 4 running in the same group as ITA, and I'd come down behind that car going into turn 5, and I could swear that Camaro was going to rub the passenger side door handle on the pavement because it was leaned all the way over.
Tell you what, Paul Marconis is getting ready to pass our 6th place at Benjamin Bunk. Well, he just did that. He did that rather quickly. But, Greg, I want to talk about Greg Plush in that 63, that Nissan 510.
Yeah.
That's owned by Brian Downey. So, looks like we're going to have one of our Rescue 1 truck going to go out. Looks like they got a flat toe that they're going to try to do, and it may be for the 24.
I believe it is, and we are going to a full course caution for this, Brian. So with now 9 laps remaining, or a little bit more than 8 laps remaining, we are going to a full course caution here, where James Lindenthal is your leader. Tom Beverly running second. Steve Hunt now in the 141 Miata has moved up to 3rd overall. Owen Sheffer 4th.
It's not for the 24 because he just went there. So it's definitely for somebody else because he just went through turn 3. So,
all right, we've got the safety car going to pick up our leaders as they come out of turn 10. Sheffer 4th, Ted Cahall 5th, Ben Bunk Ben Bunk running in 7th behind Paul Marconis, who had just run the fastest lap of the race at a 1:25 and a 1:25.2, almost 1.2 seconds faster than our leader Lindenthal. And Brian, that is going to bring, assuming we're going to go back to green flag racing, Paul Marconis now, who is only going to be 5 cars back from James Lindenthal and running more than a second faster. That is going to put Lindenthal in a very precarious position. He's got some of these STL and Touring 4 machines as well. And it sounds like, Brian, we've got more emergency equipment responding. It sounds like the incident is down between turns 4 and 5. Right where our selected camera decides to turn off. Maybe that was for a reason. Everybody. Yeah.
So.
All right. It sounds like the 64 machine and the 127 machine might be involved.
So that's Jeffrey Liller and Lawrence
Freyson. Yeah, Jeff Liller in the T4 Mazda MX-5, Lawrence Freyson in the F Production Volkswagen Scirocco.
Hopefully it's something we can get, cleaned up pretty quickly, get them, back where they need to be. And, hopefully they can obviously continue or get, fixed up for tomorrow. But, as you talked about, it's.
All right. And Brian, the decision from race control now is to black flag the session to get all of the drivers off course. And I think a lot of this has to do as they're going down towards turn 5. There's not a lot of room. Some of the cars one of the cars is off the pavement. One of the cars might still have some tires on the pavement, and so not a lot of room for our emergency services teams to work. So they want to get all the cars back into the pits. So that may, we're looking at the possibility of 8 more laps remaining here. That may limit some choices here, but we'll have to see how things play out here at some point. Again, while we're under full course caution, Brian, wanted to remind our everybody watching here or everybody listening here at the track that we will get back underway tomorrow morning. And we might even have our turn 5 camera. Who knows? We're going to get back underway tomorrow morning at 8:15 a.m. It's feature race day here at Summit Point Raceway for the June MARRS, presented by RP Performance. Our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series drivers will have 2 10-lap races, and the way it starts out at 8:15, they're going to have their first race of the day. The Sprint Bracket racers will then be down for about 40 minutes or so as we have 2 warm-up sessions on track. Actually, about a half hour.
It's like a half hour. It's like 15 minutes each group. So,
so about a half hour that we will be down, and then we will be back with feature races to round out the morning. We'll then do it all again in the afternoon. our bracket racers will start off right after lunch, and we'll have then 4 more races to round out the day, 4 more MARRS feature races. And that is how things will play out also. And I know we've been playing this between sessions. Let's take a look at our upcoming schedule. These are all going to be carried on the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA's YouTube channel. So if you haven't already gone and subscribed, please go ahead and do so, and that way you can find out when we do go live. But in just a couple, about a month from now, Brian, we're going to be at New Jersey Motorsports Park for the Jersey Devil Majors on the Thunderbolt circuit, and I think one of the last events on the Thunderbolt circuit before they repave it and
repave and reconfigure.
Yeah,
yes.
making some changes to the layout of the track there, and then just a week later we'll be back here at Summit Point for the July MARRS. And then you can see there, it's just listed as the as September 2nd through 4th, but that is the MARRS Labor Day Spectacular here at Summit Point Racing and Summit Point Raceway. And we might have, it's a little too early, but we might have some special announcements around our broadcast for that day that you want to listen in on. And then, of course, we've got we round out the season both at Summit Point and wrap up the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series this year at New Jersey Motorsports Park.
May even be able to try to get a little in-car audio from one of the drivers that may be speaking to you right now.
That is that we could definitely that's right. You're gonna be racing Labor Day.
Running that Labor Day weekend.
Yeah,
so.
that wasn't even the special announcement. But and I mean, as long as we're doing it now, you'll be able to hear Brian. Or maybe his spotter telling him that the green flag is out, maybe like 5 seconds before the
go faster, go faster, will you?
That's all we hear. Exactly. But yeah, definitely join us over the remainder of the season. And again, if you haven't done so already, please go ahead and subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA's YouTube channel. There you go. Look, I press a button and it shows up on the screen. Go and smash, demolish, jump on, I don't know, hop up and down. Do something with that like button. We would definitely appreciate it, and go and subscribe. Of course, the more of you that like this event in particular, that'll help people get more views. We've found over the course of this season so far, Brian, that we've picked up somewhat close to 1,000 views from people just seeing this show up in their search due to the YouTube algorithms, and you guys help that happen.
Yep.
So the more people that find out about SCCA road racing and the DC region and the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series, the better. All right, so again, we're under black flag conditions here. The clock does continue to run as we have 8 laps remaining, and about 13 and a half minutes remain on the clock here at Summit for our last race of the day.
Yeah, I tell you what, again, hopefully they can get everything cleaned up here with about 13 and a half minutes left, at least give them, I think it's obviously going to come down to time at this point. It's not going to come down to laps. So hopefully they can give them, a good couple-minute race. Like to see what can happen with Paul Marconi's and the James Lindenthal in that E production. You've also got Steve Hunt now, who was running pretty quick times there, catching Thomas Beverly a little bit as Thomas Beverly was trying to battle James Lindenthal as they were starting to go through some lap traffic. And then you got to look at your T4 battle here with Benjamin Bunk and Owen Sheffer, whether or not Benjamin can get around and get up to Owen Sheffer, again, with different cars in between. But, at some point it would open up for a good battle between some of those classes, at the top of the podium spots. So, we'll again, we'll have to see. I think we're, kind of getting some updates here. We'll, again, get it cleaned up and get going. Again, it's a little bit hotter now than what it was. And again, look down here in our pit lane here, and you've got, driver's doors open, water being given. The thing here, Greg, is that, all of a sudden now the tires start to cool down a little bit. What you had maybe halfway through the race of kind of where we're at here, it gives them another little bit, with these tires, right? I mean, as you're starting to burn fuel and you're starting to, the brakes and everything else, now you get that stuff to cool down a little bit. And, you're not sitting out on the track, you're sitting on pit lane. So you can get some air to that stuff. So hopefully they can, hopefully we can go back. Again, our last group of the day, this is not really what you kind of want to see here. You get the last group, you kind of want to go, green to checker there. But, again, remember, we're going to celebrate Bruce Shelton's birthday. That's, on the 15th. We're going to celebrate that over in Pinto Alley. So, again, everybody knows how Bruce likes to celebrate. And
I mean, you never know it, but Brian and I have been celebrating it since about 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, I found out about it and said, let's start now.
All right, so quickly here, and as I'm hearing in my ears some of the things that happened precluded that incident, let's quickly take a rundown here. We'll break it down by class. We'll start off with E-Production, where James Lindenthal is your overall leader out of Morgantown, West Virginia, in his Mazda RX-7. Paul Marconi's in his Acura Integra, currently running second. Jeff Norris in his Honda Prelude, running in third. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton with the lead over Drew Erie, who runs in second position. In STL, Super Touring Light, Tom Beverly, who's running second overall, is your leader. Steve Hunt running third overall. And now Steve Hunt would be right behind Beverly's Honda Civic. I will tell you that as far as lap times go, Beverly has put in a lap about 0.7 of a second faster than Hunt, so that's something to keep in mind if we go back to green flag racing here. Ted Cahall currently running in third. Then John Jenkins, Kevin Conlon, Deacon Greenfield in his Honda CRX. He's showing as a lap down, and I know it was good to see Greenfield get that car out. Had some issues at the end of the test day yesterday. That car, brand new chassis, they're still having some teething pains there as they try to get it ready to go, hopefully for the runoffs this year. In H Production, Al Syme is your leader in his Volkswagen Scirocco. He's out of Henrico, Virginia. Chuck Allard, second. Greg Plush, third. Mike McQueen, fourth. Hayes Lewis, Jim Stem, and all three of those drivers on the lead lap. Alex Cumming is your sole driver in Spec RX-7. In T4, 5 drivers in the field: Owen Sheffer, Ben Bunk, first and second. Jennifer Romes, third. Then Ted Warning. And as we know, Jeff Liller apparently involved in this incident down near turn 5. He was running in fifth. And showing his 2 laps down, he was on the lead lap, I think, until that incident. And then in, I think what we have left is, well, I think the only thing that we have left is F Production, where Lawrence Freyson, again, the other driver we think involved in this incident down at turn 5 in his Volkswagen Scirocco.
It looks like here comes the 64 machine now.
Freyson, yeah,
up on that thing. Yeah, so a little bit of front end damage there. So we'll see a lot of the other emergency vehicles coming back. We'll wait. We haven't seen the 127 come back yet. So.
All right, and we're still waiting on some word from Race Control, as I think they were still trying to get as much information about the incident as possible to determine when we can go back to racing, as we've got some of our emergency equipment now coming back to the pit lane. And I think essentially we saw, Brian, what we ended up seeing is we saw some of the equipment that has to always have to have one available before we can go back racing. I think both of that type of equipment were deployed, which is what initiated the black flag. And
sure.
And so we're waiting to see when one of those vehicles becomes available for deployment once again. And then hopefully we can send cars out, as we now have just a little bit under 8 minutes remaining on the clock, or 8 laps, whichever comes first. Unless we're running Jim McAlee's GT1 times.
Yeah.
This is one that's likely going to end on time.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we've got one of the emergency vehicles back, so it looks like they're going to go into operation there, hopefully rather quickly, and we can send these cars out and get going. I see a couple people there standing around. Looks like they're getting ready to start motioning them.
Yeah, it sounds like the majority of the response is now making its way back around the track. Here's a little interesting one that I had not seen. We were talking about Deacon Greenfield in his Honda CRX. He is bringing his car back counter race down turn 1. I think he was down over near turn 1. possibly, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Here comes the 127. Here comes the Jeff Liller machine as well, kind of back on the rollback.
Yeah, I might add that Greenfield is driving his car back.
Yeah, he is driving
I
his car.
don't believe he was involved in that. I don't think he was involved in that incident, but he's just now brought the car back to the paddock. And as we said, some of the rest of our emergency services equipment is now heading back to the paddock.
Looks like that Miata's got a little bit of left front damage.
Yeah,
especially to the left, up underneath, obviously tie rods and ball joints and things like that. So something that is going to need to be put up in the air possibly and fixed. I'm sure that Jeff and that group, and they'll go look at it. So between the 64 and the 127, both front end damage, I would have to say that both of them probably fighting for the same spot probably. Kind of hard to tell. Again, we don't have the camera there, so it's kind of hard for us to see what happened. We'll have to wait, but it looks like everybody should be okay, and hopefully with 5.5 minutes here left, we may be able to get it. Like I said, Greg, we may be able to get at least another
2 laps.
Two laps, and get some pretty good racing. I don't believe Paul Marcones is going to be able to go from sixth to first against James Lindenthal. He's going to have to really.
It's going to be rough, yeah.
Yeah, especially with the time. I mean, we're going to run down on time, so it's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, and obviously this is a single file restart, which gives a lot of advantages to your lead car.
Yep.
Marcones obviously is kind of somewhat beholden to what the car ahead of him is doing as well, up until the point the green flags come or the yellow flags get withdrawn.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to see how this gets played out.
Yeah, you think about it now. Now we're down to that 4.5 minute mark. They send them back out. You're going to have one lap of, it could be where you get one lap, under the pace car there in that single file, and then one full lap of racing, and that could end up being. So you go out, you get a green flag, and then you get a checker. So, and that's difficult as a driver because you're like, now I've got to try to figure out how do I get in front of so and so, or how do I catch, the next driver for me in class, and then. It seems that you try too hard, you overdrive the car. You not only do you not catch it, now I'm seeing 5 minutes down on the grid. So, with 4 minutes left to go and 5 minutes on the grid, I'm not sure that that math adds up the last time I looked. So
yeah, we'll see here. I mean, we would expect to see a red flag displayed to at least stop the clock and give enough time for an outlap, probably an outlap and essentially a green-white checker.
And they may, and that's exactly maybe what they do, right? They may come back and do green and then one to go and then checkered, right? I mean, that could be, go ahead and give this group that deal.
Yeah. So as soon as we get some more information from Race Control, we'll let you know. But again, we're under full course caution here at Summit Point Raceway, our last race of the day. Your current leader, James Lindenthal, in his E-Production Mazda RX-7, Tom Beverly second in his Honda Civic.
And the Honda Prelude 77 looks like that's pulling off of pit. So
okay, just got the word from Race Control. The racers are going to do one lap behind the pace car.
Yep.
Pace car is going to pull in, and one lap to the checkered flag.
Yep.
So there you go. There's your green,
so the
white
green,
checker.
the green and the green. If it's only one lap, then it'd be the green and the one board at the same time, and then your checker.
Exactly. So one lap under green to the checkered flag.
And as I said, as a driver that goes through your mind, and now that you know that, excuse me, you end up with overdriving the car and making it even worse in some cases. So you got more word?
And I'm trying to get word from Race Control because it sounds as though they may get basically not a green flag lap, possibly one lap behind the pace car and then checker. So I'm trying to get confirmation of that from Race Control.
Yeah.
And apparently now we're not locked into that previous decision. So give me 1 second here, and hopefully we'll have an answer for you.
Well, whatever it is, I mean, as a driver, you go out and if they do allow them to have that one lap, right? What ends up happening is you tend to overdrive and you
Yes.
make it worse. And so at some point, with just today being Saturday, if it was a Sunday, it'd be a little different, right? And I know you're listening in, to figure out kind of really what they're doing. But at this point during the day, it just becomes, let's just get through this. Let's just get through this heat. Let's just get through this lap, get through this race, go back, make any adjustments we need to tonight, have dinner, relax, and then do it again. Correct?
Okay, here's the update. When they come out, they are going to be working lap 8. The plan is now to complete the 15 laps, to let them go and complete the race. So this changes.
That changes everything.
This changes everything. Exactly. Yeah. Talk about cliche, but it does change everything. So for those of you that are still with us here on YouTube, definitely please stay where we are. No Name, who is asking who was involved in the incident, we can give you that information. It was Jeff Liller, driver of the 127 T4 Mazda MX-5, and Lawrence Freyson in the number 64 F production Volkswagen Scirocco. Those were the two drivers involved. I don't have any information about those drivers at this time.
So I tell you what, Greg, let's talk about this then. So, now if they're going to let them get the additional 7 laps, well, it'll be 6 laps because the first laps are going to be behind
the safety car.
So when you take the green, you're going to be taking it with 6 laps to go, basically, is what's going to end up happening. So think about that. Now Paul Marcones has got really a lot more time to catch Lindenthal. You're looking at lap times, and I can look here, lap times the last couple laps. So right there at the yellow, Lindenthal ran a 133.192. Again, that was completely under yellow.
Right.
Dropped back into his 6th lap with a 126.449. Now if I go back to Paul Marcones and I look at his 6th lap, that's a 125.274. The one before that was a 126.734. So I can see that Paul Marcones is actually faster than James Lindenthal those last 2 laps.
And both drivers have had to work with traffic.
Absolutely.
We'd have to say that Marcones has had to deal with a lot more traffic, given that he started 24th in the field.
100% agree. Now you've got the faster cars there that are up front. You've got Benjamin Blanc behind him. So now when you come out again, this is, right now, if we're going to go the full 15 laps, that actually could benefit Paul Marcones because
certainly so.
We know he's much faster here than most of the E-production cars that come out here. But hey, Lindenthal's been working hard and trying to stay in there. He now knows that he is potentially going to have a fight on his hands with 6 to go the next time by.
All right, so the pace car now or the safety car now has the entire field. Again, it is James Lindenthal, your leader. Tom Beverly in his STL Honda Civic running second. Directly behind him, Steve Hunt in his STL Mazda Miata. Then we've got our touring 4 leader, Owen Sheffer. He's going to restart 4th. Ted Cahall, currently running 3rd in STL, will start right behind Sheffer in 5th position. Then we've got Marcones. Then we've got Ben Bunk in that Subaru BRZ, the Solo Spec Coupe, starting in 7th. Then we've got John Jenkins in his STL Miata, Kevin Conlon in his STL Miata, Al Syme in his H-Production Volkswagen Scirocco, your top 10. But we should point out, sitting in 11th, directly behind Al Syme in his H-Production Scirocco, our current H-Production leader, is Chuck Allard, who is in his H-Production Porsche 924. So there are numerous battles here for the possible win in class. A little bit further back, we've got Greg Plush and Mike McQueen lined up together.
Mike McQueen went back to the paddock, so his day is done. So he went back to the paddock. I've not seen him come back around to get back in line, so that didn't happen. So yeah, Greg Plush in that 63 Nissan 510 would be sitting in 3rd. So that opens the door actually for Hayes Lewis
and Jim Stem,
Jim Stem to try to work their way back up and try to catch, obviously, as you said.
Brian, pace car is on, safety car is on the pit lane. Green flag is in the air just as our leader, James Lindenthal, came out of turn 10. And Lindenthal now actually getting a little defensive on the STL machine of Tom Beverly as they come down the front straight. as now side by side, we've got Owen Sheffer coming under Steve Hunt, who's running second in STL, and already a big gap between Beverly and Hunt.
I tell you what, on that start, Paul Marconis went over to, looks like we got somebody going off driver's left there. Out of one, we'll have to see. I look down there, we still got the standing yellow there, so that car is still going to be there. But Paul Marconis now, Greg, he's all the way up right behind. And actually, that may have been our leader. That may have been James Linenthal that went off because I did not see him come through.
Yeah.
I only saw Thomas Beverly come through.
And it is. There is the 118 machine. All dusty, looking like Pigpen, coming out of turn 1, going into turn 3. That is James Linenthal, who was our leader, now falls all the way to the rear of the pack. And I'm listening now on the race control to see what the story is there. And the word is he spun unassisted.
Just overcooked it. Yep. Just went down there and overcooked it, trying to hold off Thomas Beverly. And again, that comes, again, unless he had some type of mechanical issue that caused that. That's trying to, as you said on the start, trying to get defensive there.
Right.
You're not racing that guy, right?
Nope.
The only guy you're racing is 5 cars behind you.
Yeah,
so.
also the other big difference is Paul Marconi's now running 3rd overall, directly behind Steve Hunt and his STL Mazda Miata. The big difference is that Beverly, likely on true slick tires, probably would have needed, for the amount of time they were sitting on the pit lane, Brian, a lap or maybe 2 laps to get heat in the tires.
Absolutely.
Whereas the STL machine of Beverly on DOT tires, I would say they probably weren't up to temp by the time he got into turn 1. But he really only needed grip out of those front tires. The rears weren't going to do much for him anyhow.
And now Lindenthal's got to go through a bunch of traffic back in behind there. It looks like he's coming up on that H production. He's going to drive it deep in there. He's going to get past the James Stem machine, and I believe that's the Greg Plush machine. So again, starting to fight through there. He's going to have to try to work his way back. Obviously, there's not enough time.
Well,
Greg, I'm sitting here looking here at Race Monitor, and it's showing 6 laps. It really should only be 5 because when they come out of pit, that should have been 7 to go.
That outlap should have been.
So it did. That outlap did not count.
Well, I think what they end up doing, Brian, is they roll back a lap.
Okay,
much like we saw in the IT race here.
Gotcha.
And so, the thing that we're saying, talk about the shoe being on the other foot. Paul Marconis started this race from dead last in the field, had to work his way all the way up. We go to the full course caution. Now, our pole sitter and leader, James Linenthal, finds himself in exactly the same position as right at the midway point of the race. He finds himself at the very tail end of the field, having now to try and catch Paul Marconis, who is starting to close things down on our overall leader, the green STL Civic of Beverly, as they go into 1.
Yeah, here comes Linenthal now out of turn 10. He's going to get by the 04 machine. That's going to be Ted Warning as they go by the start-finish line. So, again, Linenthal trying to make up as much time as he can. Paul Marconis is now going into the center of turn 3 and up over the hill down to turn 4. Linenthal's just now entering in turn 1.
All right, so big changes there as Paul Marconis just turns the fastest lap of the race, turns in a 1:24.5.
Yeah, that car is always fast. That car is fast everywhere it goes.
Yes.
So that, especially in E-production, that car is very fast here all the time. So, again, unless Linenthal may have had some type of a mechanical issue that caused him to spin, to me that just looked like, through the monitor, overcooking it and getting it in hard, trying to protect that spot over Thomas Beverly. And again, sometimes when you see these cars with the wings, you don't know if it's an E production or an STL production.
Right.
You don't know that when you're racing. As a driver, the mentality is, I'm not going to let this other driver by me, especially when it gets down to the end.
Yeah, exactly.
And you don't realize that. That's what I liked racing about in small bores, that you had to know who you were racing. For me, it was a little easier, right? My car was a little bit smaller, so it was a little bit, it was a little bit easier. It was a 1-seater.
Yeah, I see Legend's car coming up on me. I don't think, oh my, that's another STL
I got to race that car, right?
Yeah.
So I do see it. So, I can understand probably where that is. But again, that's just, to me, it just looked like he just overcooked it down in there and, got loose.
All right, heading back to the paddock now. And this is a big shakeup as well, as we have the Hunt car, the 141 machine, now heading back to the paddocks with Steve Hunt, who had been at 1 point second overall. His race is now done.
You know, we saw earlier on in that 24 having that issue. Alex Cumming, now he's worked his way back up there too. He's continuing to run. So that, you know, having that double yellow and then having that black flag, that actually helped a little bit going through there.
All right, Brian, another car coming down the pit lane now, and it is one of our, I believe, STL Mazda Miatas. We'll get the number on that car as it heads. Oh, actually, it is not. It's Hayes Lewis in his H production Porsche 924. So that fight there that he was having with Jim Stem, looks like that is now done as well. So Hayes Lewis now retiring from, I believe, fifth in H production.
And Greg, I do not see Paul Marcones. So, and actually, I do see him. He's on pit lane.
On the pit lane. So Paul Marcones now, who for the shortest period of time was leading in E production, he is now going to bring his car back behind the wall. And after making the run all the way from the back of the pack to almost the front, he is now done as well. So that, and actually
puts Lindenthal back in the top in E production.
Yeah, exactly. So Lindenthal, who had just fallen down, and Lindenthal is all the way back up to seventh. It also gives a little bit of clearance to Tom Beverly as well. Our STL leader, Ted Cahall, though, now with the retirement of Steve Hunt, Ted Cahall now running second overall, second in STL. And we'll have to take a look at this fight. I don't think it's much of a fight at the moment, but let's watch Owen Sheffer in the black number 18 Mazda RX-8, and I think he's got the BRZ of Bunk actually in fairly close proximity.
It's about 1.8 seconds, so it's about 2 seconds. So next time by when they come through, we'll see what that gap is. But right now, last time by, Owen still had it. But again, James Lindenthal, he doesn't know that Paul Marcones pulled in.
Right,
he has no idea unless he's got a radio and somebody
he might have
him,
crew that told him.
That said, hey, look, he's already pulled in. You're just let's just finish this race, not do anything crazy. Here comes our T4 battle. So here comes Owen Sheffer now out of turn 10 behind the Ted Cahall in the 182. That's your STL. And then here comes Benjamin Bunk. We'll see what that gap is. Like I said, last time it was 1.8. It's about probably 3 seconds back, so he's dropping a little bit more. But again, Owen Sheffer getting that tug and that little pull, from the draft of Ted Cahall.
And almost as important, Brian, when Sheffer goes to downshift going into one, big fireballs shooting out of the exhaust pipe.
Yep, and when he upshifts, because he just did it coming out of there too. There it is going out of there. So
excellent.
That's actually
that's good fire, not bad fire.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Although with no rain here for the last 2.5 weeks,
it might not be.
You got to be careful, especially you get over off to the grass. So
yeah, I was going to say we ought to tell Mike Meathead Collins, who's out at Butwell, make sure no cars stop off track there because it will start a brush fire.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
Yep, you don't want to do that here either.
No,
I think that again, and I think that's a lot of it is kind of what we're worried about. Let's go back to this H production battle. Art Stem and then Chuck Allard. Now it's a 12.5, almost 13-second difference there. So, Art should be able to finish out here.
Outside.
Outside. Yeah, it looks like Beverly now is going to get the 1 to go board right here, Greg. So coming through the start finish line. So all he's got to do is complete 1 lap here. He's got open track. He's got a couple cars in front of him now exiting 2, so he'll probably catch them. I think that's the RX-7 of Alex coming there, so I don't think it's going to really be. But here's a pretty good battle here, not for class, but on track with the Owen Sheffer. And Owen got right next to it. That was kind of weird.
Odd.
You see that?
Sheffer was right alongside Ted Cahall, right at the first crossover road, pulled directly aside, and then got on the brakes. About 2/3 of the way down the front straight, and let Cahall get ahead and hold on to the position. I'm not sure what the dynamic there was. Maybe and Sheffer was talking yesterday about he had some temperature issues with that car. I don't know what the difference would have made if he had gotten around Cahall for a lap, but he made the decision there, and he's going to stay and hold station in third.
And it could have been that he realized, looking in his rearview mirror, and he realized Ben Bunk's way back there. Hey, look, there's no fighting. There's no reason to battle that because something happens between him and Ted, and now you take me out of the win.
And Owen's a multi-time MARRS ITA champion. Yep. Very, very bright racer, and so he holds off. And now coming to the checkered flag and taking the win is going to be Tom Beverly. He's your STL and overall winner in that bright green number 4 Honda Civic. And here comes Sheffer and K-Hall. K-Hall in second, Sheffer in third, and I think Sheffer is just going to be content to follow Ted K-Hall's STL Mazda Miata across the line. K-Hall will finish second overall, second in STL. Sheffer will take the win in Touring 4 with Ben Bunk crossing the line. He will finish second, and James Lindenthal works all the way up into 5th position overall, takes the win in E-Production. John Jenkins, he crosses the line. He's going to take the last podium-paying position in that class with Kevin Conlon finishing just off the podium. Al Syme, in his Volkswagen Scirocco, takes the win in H Production, and I believe coming home in second, a distant second, is now going to be Chuck Allard here. So good run for Chuck. Finishing third in H Production is going to be Greg Plush in his Datsun. Taking the win in GT Pinto is Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie. Great run at the end for Erie. Mm-hmm. He was only about 3 car lengths off the back of the number 11 Pinto of Bruce Shelton, so making for a very close finish. And should also add our winner in Spec RX-7, Alex Cumming, who is just now coming out of turn 10 to complete his final lap of the race, and I think that will run us down to
got his
all
hand
of our
completely out of the window, waving.
Right. Good to see that window net doing so well. Oh my, oh my.
That hand was completely out of that window.
All right, so that is going to wrap things up for our heat races here today from Summit Point for the June MARRS presented by RP Performance. Again, for those of you here at the track, in just a little bit, we're going to have our after-race, we'll just call them activities. Going to have some dinner, going to have some drinks, and we're going to have a great band joining us, Little Joe and the Buffalo Wings. So come on down towards Shea Summit here soon after we go cold. And so tomorrow, we're going to wrap things up here from Summit Point Raceway. Going to bring the schedule up one more time. And it is the day of two 10-lap races for our Sprint Bracket Road Racing Series and our feature races here at Summit Point. These are 20-lap or 35-minute races, whichever come for. Actually, I think it's 20 laps or 40 minutes, whichever comes first.
I think so, yes.
Here for our 7 Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series group. So all the action starts tomorrow morning at 8:15 a.m. Please make sure to join us here at Summit Point, and who knows, maybe we'll even have our Turn 5 camera back and running again.
I'm sure we will. It just got a little overheated today, as we all did.
That's right. All right, so one final reminder, if you liked what you saw here today, please go ahead, smash, demolish, jump up and down, do something with that like button. Nothing obscene, of course. And if you haven't already subscribed to the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA, please go ahead and do that. We can tell you every time we go live, both here at Summit Point and also at New Jersey Motorsports Park. So for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg, and we will see you tomorrow morning here at Summit Point Raceway for the conclusion of the June MARRS presented by RP Performance.